T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Good morning, apes.
Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgy. Another morning, another day, another dollar. Starting out kind of slow. The volume I noticed was at 152,000 shares, and when I woke up and I was looking at that, and I was going like, "Wow, we've kind of got a nice volume day today." And I came down and turned on my computer and started looking at everything, and it doesn't seem to be moving anymore. I was like, something's wrong, and I switched between, I switched over to GME, and then back to AMC just to see if there was something not reporting, or maybe it was frozen up or something. And nope, it's just kind of moving slow this morning. So slow up and at 'em today. Slow. Let's see here. Let's go through some of our technicals. Yesterday I tried to make a price prediction based off of historical events that have happened in the past, and that did not work out for me. So we will make corrections, and I'm probably going to get back on track with technicals instead of looking for past trends that will match up. That didn't seem to work out for me all that well. Okay, having said that, let's look at what we can do here. It appears that there was about 1 million shares at some point last night, and then it dropped down to 700,000. So they borrowed about 300,000 there in the available shares, and it looks like they've been returning shares to the ETFs. I was wrong. Dark pools only ended up trading 67.1% last night. I thought we were going to be at 70% yesterday. I really felt like a lot of our positive movement that was stolen and traded into the dark pool, so it wasn't reported. I mean, that is still high. If you go back historically and look at what they've tracked from at least back to 622, that is, I think, the highest number so far. They're having to trade more and more in these dark pools to keep keep the actual price of the stock from reaching new higher levels. I think that's a huge indicator, for me. For me, seeing the fact that they're doing that is big. Almost more than double the amount of in the money calls than there are puts right now, and then about 50,000 more out of the money calls have been made on the options than there are in puts. So let's look at those. Where are our points of resistance on this? Okay, so for the calls, our strongest point still is $45, but a runner-up is 50. And let's see. Oops. Let's see what it was yesterday. Yesterday we had 64.9. So I need to update that to 68.2. And on the put side of it, the strongest point is at $41. So that's actually increased. No, I'm sorry. $40 right there. So 37.5. Okay. I don't have a volume prediction right now. Last that I recall that I had recorded, there was 4.51 million shares borrowed yesterday. We'll see how that ends up turning out. And eventually on Fintel, I plan on trying to tally up the institutional buys versus sells once it changes dates. So far, the only dates that have been recorded are up to the 30th of June that are showing up. So let's see what we got over here. Actually, hold on a second. The last thing that I saw was this AE Wealth Management at 10,282 shares purchased. Still the last thing. I'm dying to see some new data here. Hopefully something new gets reported to Intel eventually. I do like looking at Citadel's SEC filings. Let's see if they have anything new. Doesn't appear like it. Yeah. How busy is Citadel currently? Pretty busy. Busier than usual. Let's see if we have Ortex data already. I just saw very briefly 4.57 shares borrowed, so I went ahead and updated mine because mine said 4.51. So I did update that. They do have the data for yesterday. Okay, so it looks like they dropped shares on loan from 94.4 down to 92.7. So not quite 2 million shares dropped on loan. I noticed free float on loan seems to be slightly different, but they follow very similar paths. Let me see if I can get rid of this price. So if you look at the values, or if you look at the trends, I mean it's pretty much the same thing. So I'm just used to tracking the on loan amount, so I'm just going to keep up with that. Free float on loan is probably right here as a percentage. Yeah, it is right here. So if you want to know what that is, it's always up here at the top. Short share interest is 14.36. Utilization, this data doesn't usually come in until later, but it's there. They're reporting early today. That is down from 87.27 down to 83.56. Interesting. I'm gonna just kind of look at some of these different numbers real quick here. I just want to see if I see some patterns that are interesting. Anything that jumps out at me. Okay. And let's see if we have anything on the alpha trading signals. Nothing new over here. I want to congratulate, since I got the tally markers up there right now. I want to congratulate John. He got his tally mark for yesterday. His price point range was 38.8 to 41.8. He nailed it. He was in there. 38.8 to 41.8. Like, nice job. Nice job. He nailed that one real good. And yesterday was it yesterday? No, it wasn't yesterday. I was gonna say yesterday was the one that technical analysis was really tough on. It wasn't yesterday. It was the day before that. That might actually be. I'm looking at it right now, and with volume where it's at and where it's just not really moving to a whole lot, I'm gonna have a hard time with technical analysis as well. I mean, look at the volume down here. It spiked up to 3,000. Just not very much volume going on right now. Overnight though, uh, they did really well in Europe. It started out rough though. So we were averaging around like $40.55. Their market opened up, and right off the bat, it was a massive. Well, I shouldn't say massive. It was a significant drop uh, of $1, and then they were able to recover that pretty quickly and brought it back all the way up to 41.60. Then it consolidated and did a little bit of ups and downs until we got to where we're at now. And it just seems like low volume right now. The buy side over here, it's got one wall at $40.50, and the sell walls, I mean, it's pretty healthy sell side over here. Yesterday we had more inflow than we had outflow by two points, barely breaking even. Let's see for Fidelity. Let's take a look at that and see where the orders were. Okay, so 56 to 44% buys over sells. So that that's a little bit down from where it has been in the past. Nvidia and Tesla were, or sorry, Nvidia and Netflix were kind of a little bit higher on the buy sides. They ran at 65.35. That's kind of where I'd like to see AMC is kind of like in the 60% buys over sells. Yeah, we may have had. I think, and I'm not worried about this, but I think that we probably had a lot of paper hands yesterday. I think there are some late entries into the market. Maybe people who bought in at in the mid 40 range at some point, and they just decided to fold probably. Yesterday I was watching this buy over sells here, and there was barely more buys than there were sells. So I do think that there are some paper hands that showed up. And I think we can see that in the utilization. with utilization being down. I don't believe that's, I don't think utilization is actually 83.56, but I do think that that's a representation of the reason that we have a day-over-day drop is that we did have paper hands show up to the market. But I also believe that our buy orders were, a lot of the buy orders were sent to the, or the large amounts of buy orders were sent to the dark pools. With what was it, 67.1? Yeah, with 67.1 percentage of our total trading sent to the dark pools. Yeah, there's something going on there, right? I mean, if we closed down 5% of the day, but 67% of our entire orders were sent to the dark pools, that tells you what, we probably could have been a lot higher. We are currently up 20.25% on pre-market at 40.88. It seems like it was just yesterday that we had, or like pushing 31. Oh, let's see. Yesterday we had 157.6 million shares traded. It was 167 the day before, when we had the nice run up. We opened up, not yesterday, but the day before, we opened up at 35.14 and ended up at 43.09, which was nearly a $10 increase. Whereas yesterday we opened at 41.80 and closed at 40.78, which is about $1 down. Well, I'm going to wait till our 7 a.m. pokey stick to see where I'm going with this. I'm not going to make any judgments quite yet. It's going to be Eric's turn to go first today. So I'll give him a text around 7 a.m. and see if he's got a price prediction for the day. I'm looking over the news. No new news today. I'm not seeing anything. Checking Reddit. There's a lot of apparently there was some mention that some of the usernames that have been used to shill with, that bot shill with, happen to be names of people who were killed in an American recent tragedy, and it kind of drew a line for a lot of people out there. They were kind of like, this, for them to start using names from people from a terrible incident. Yeah, I believe it was the Las Vegas shooting that they had used the names from, and a lot of people had felt like that was drawing a line. This is posted by Millhouse Ways. Oh, Millhouse UZ. Anyone notice the bots seem to have names like adjective, noun, 3-digit number? Yes. But the thing is that what I noticed is that a lot of times what ends up happening is that Reddit, if you don't pick a name, Reddit will give you a name. I think is what happens, and that's kind of the formula or format that it uses. So I know for a fact that there are some out there that are not bots, and that's not, but the article or the Reddit piece says noticed it after seeing a post from someone called Environmental Crab 401 and Comfortable Elk 409. Might have the numbers wrong. Both posters less than a year old. Low karma. She'll comment history. Is it a username algorithm? Just a random coffee thought this AM. Red or green? I'll hold till they hold. Good luck, apes. Good luck today, apes. I used to jump to conclusions on some of the things like that, thinking that there was a pattern to that, and I did. I fell prey to the idea that those were shills or bots almost constantly, until I ran into a couple people who were not, and then found out that they just didn't change their name, I guess, when they signed up. Um, and it's funny because like the very first person that commented to them said, their name's Adventurous Alarm 182, and they said that must mean that no, that cannot be the case. I'm a real person, or I am. Oh well, to the moon, LFG. So I mean, there's definitely there's people out there that don't assume that they're all bots just because, but I do see that. That's one of the things that I would use to define whether or not I thought they could be a bot, but it's not 100% certain. Mm. Here's odd cauliflower 156. They say that two-word then triple quad number is just a default username that Reddit gives you. You can choose to make your own, or you can choose to let Reddit random name creator choose it. It doesn't mean they are shill. A lot of the throwaway accounts for the sub or any other sub like it. We don't want our identity tied to the stock. Yeah, that's the typical random thing that I've seen before. And so then what I started basing it off of was their the age of the account. And I stopped keeping track of this, but if you go back to say like maybe a week after January, so like the first week of February, right? And you start counting weeks on the calendar. So let's just count them real quick here. This is why I probably lost track because I just kind of stopped caring at some point. But if you start like say February 8th and just start counting weeks, it's you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 19 weeks and 2 days is what we're on right now, right? And so 19 times 7 plus 2 is 135 days. So if you find an account is roughly around 135 days old on Reddit, or younger, that would be another indicating factor as to whether or not they're a bot or not. And that's, again, it's just an indicator. It doesn't necessarily mean that they are. But any account less than 135 days old is definitely suspicious in my mind. So that's another thing that I'll look at. And it looks like there it's showing up as it used to say that it used to say days old, how many days old an account was, but now it looks like it's kind of changed a little bit. I'm not sure if that's new because it used to say actually how many days. Now when I'm clicking over them, I'm seeing it says like on this particular one it says 7 months ago. So I guess you'd have to take that number and divide it by months, right? So like divided by 31, I guess. Oh, wait, times 31 divided by 30.5. So anything under, I guess, 5 months old, it could be suspect. like this one right here, Asleep Falcon 7602. Well, spank my naked shorts and call me a hedgie. I think you're onto something, brother. Who knows? Probably a real person. 5 months. So a lot of these, I joined Reddit because of GME and AMC. Did it on my iPhone and registered through Apple account. I didn't even pick my name. Laugh out loud. Anyone know how to change it? So yeah. So people did come on to Reddit during those times. So I don't know. I don't know what to think about it, but I stopped paying attention because it kind of I got to the point to where I felt like it was time consuming and blowing my mind out of the water that there was just so many shills and bots out there. We are currently up 0.22%, so we are losing a little bit of ground. Volume's definitely slowed down. Media start. This is published by IEA Terfoot. Media started selling advice and FUD in Reddit, calling price targets just stop and downvote. Me and the guys like to. I don't know. I think we kind of like to guess the price. Just for we're betting ice cream on it. So it's just kind of fun. I don't see a problem with people wanting to just try to guess price targets by the end of the day. I think it's harmless. Kind of looking to see what else is being said out there. Really not a whole lot of good information being posted. I feel like in Reddit, at least under AMC stock, there's a lot of push for a lot of people want a lot of good DD, and we're not getting it. Let me see if I can find a DD here. Here we go. I'll click on the DD section and see what we got for hot on the top. Forgot to turn off my some of my background stuff on my internet so that I could stream better. Let me turn that off real quick. Maybe that'll clean things up a little. Good morning, Duncan. Good morning. Today we feast in the halls of Valhalla. Still holding on to your prediction. I don't know. I don't know. After watching what happened, because I thought yesterday we would see like a 10% gain based on like historical trends. I kind of felt like there was a trend that was going to happen yesterday. I'm not going to, for my price prediction today, I'm not going to base it off of that again because based on those historical trends, I really felt like, let me just turn off my stuff here real quick. Based on those historical trends, we should be seeing like a 40-something% increase today. Now, there was a nice movement by Europe in the pre-market hours today. Um, I think I woke up to like it was like $1 more, but then it's since gone down and volume kind of dried up. And we did see this 2 days ago, where volume did not, in the pre-market hours, volume did not reflect what we ended up doing for the actual day, which is unusual because I've usually been able to watch volume and kind of get like a good idea on that was one of the factors I looked at to decide what a closing price would look like. But today's again, I think it's another one of those days where I'm gonna have a very difficult time predicting volume. It's crawling. You can see the order book right here is just not moving very much. So yeah, today's gonna be a very difficult prediction, much like 2 days ago when we did have a big price increase. So that's kind of encouraging a little bit because I don't know what's gonna happen. And when I don't know what's gonna happen, uh, we oftentimes will see things unusual happen. So I mean, it doesn't sound very good. We don't know, and we don't know with this stock. We don't know what's gonna happen. So I don't know. I don't know what to expect right now. I want to wait until the 7 a.m. Volume comes in and see where we hit for that to help me decide. I'd like to see at least 200,000 no, let's say 300,000 in 7 a.m. volume at the very least. If we get that, and also another indicator for me, especially, is watching how many shares are being borrowed off the market. It kind of gives me an idea as to what kind of day they're expecting, and if I just noticed this as I was starting to say it. But looking at it as of right now, it looks like they went from about 1 million shares at 6 o'clock this morning, and we're now down to 30,000 shares. So that's a pretty big chunk of shares. Also notice here too, they were at 2.3 on the ETFs, and then it dropped down to 911,000. So they borrowed 1.4 million there. So in all, I mean, looking at these numbers, that's at least 2 million between this and this right over here. That's at least 2 million shares. Now, if they did return, but every time, if you remember the other day when we saw massive amounts of shares appear and then, or sorry, wait, I guess they appeared and then they disappeared. So this is kind of like a reverse of that. They were there and then they disappeared and then they came back. So I don't know. We could have a very interesting day today. In my opinion, this looks like a setup for almost 2 million shares borrowed. I think that's a setup for heavy resistance. They're expecting a fight. One of the days that we saw a huge fight. I saw them borrow like 3+ million shares that one day. I don't remember what day that was exactly, but we did end up having a big fight that day over price. So 2 million so far, and yeah, another fight maybe. Another fight's a brewing. Let's see. There's something I was gonna look at. Oh yeah, it never refreshed. So this is posted by the, well, I'll put it over there so you guys can see it. So this is the volume that was traded in the dark pools on, does it say the date? Just says the month. Oh, it's the date down here. 7/6, that was a while ago. I wonder where they got this information from. But anyways, how do I get out of this? There we go. They're saying fraud because trading over 120% between two market makers millions of times is totally not sus. If this hits 200 by the end of the month, I'll submerge myself in mayo and make a way for my rebirth. But I think this is what they're talking about right here. Between Virtue Americas and Citadel Securities, there's almost identical amount of trades back and forth through the market. So it seems to me like they're insinuating that they were trading back and forth to try and drop the price. Look at this number over here. Is this for real? I wonder if this was all on 7/6 and there's like 1.6 billion shares traded. That's crazy. That is a lot of shares. 1.6 billion shares traded over 9.5 million total trades. That's pretty massive. But these are in the dark pools though, and these dark pools shouldn't report to the market. So I don't know. I don't know what to make of that really. This person's saying, don't buy any more options. Citadel pumps the stock by not shorting the stock so much. Apes rush in and buy, and the price rise. The stoppage is temporary, so they can make money off of you when they drop the price. It's as simple and highly effective to create liquidity. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I don't think you should tell people where they should put their money or how they should put their money. Like, that's up to every individual investor. But I would definitely be very careful about trading options. Make sure you know exactly what it is that you're doing. If you don't know, you could get caught. Let's see. Duncan says, I believe what we saw yesterday, especially in pre-market, was whales sizing each other up, waiting for the other to make the first move. Yeah, it did feel like that. It really did feel like that. They're definitely sizing each other up. Um, yeah, see, I mean, I'm scrolling through. Oh, I thought I was scrolling through just the DD. I guess I'm not. Yeah, give me a second here. Let me try to find some DD, and I just want to see DD right now. For some reason, when I click on DD, filter by flare, nothing pops up. I can't get it to just show me just the DD. I'm not sure why that is. Normally that works. I have no idea what to make of that. Do we just not have any? I mean, even if I click on hot and then DD, it should pop something up in there. I don't know. Reddit's broken. And I watch Reddit without logging in, and the reason for that is that I've found that when I'm logged in under my account, I don't know if it's because I've posted a lot of DD on there or not, but when I log in under my account, it I have difficulties seeing anything at all. In fact, on my phone, like if I were to pull up Reddit, sometimes it'll make it look like from my account perspective, it'll make it look like AMC stock is down. It won't even let me into it. Like they're somehow like my um, account is getting user attacked, and I don't know how they would do that specifically. It's almost like it's a DDoS attack against my user account. So I just view it as a just random bystander, and I'm allowed to get into it without any problems whatsoever on the computer. This is the first time I've had problems just looking at things in general. Uh, so the question is are the whales sizing each other up today? And I don't really feel like something we saw in the pre-market 2 days ago was these very large orders that were in the order book that I'm not really seeing today, and they were just sitting there, and it was the prices weren't moving at all. There are some large ones as well, not quite as large in the ask side, but on the bid side, they definitely had some massive like 10,000 orders, 10,000 share orders. There's like two or three of them. Not seeing that today, so it's a little different. Let's look at how the rest of the market's doing right now. Well, that's a whole lot of green. I think it's funny how, like, in my inflection of my voice, uh, when I see the market doing well across the board, it's almost like I sound like it's a bad thing because I know that there's a negative beta to ours, and so it's like I see a bunch of green on the market, and it's like, oh, the market's green. Yeah, it would explain why Citadel's nervous of today. Um, why they would be taking out like 2 million. I haven't seen him take out 2 million in shares to. My guess would be ladder attack the stock. So I think they're expecting a fight today. I don't think they got nearly the fight that they thought they were going to get yesterday. Hence the reason that they were able to push the price down. Um, and it appeared like they returned a bunch of shares. And also the other thing too is if you recall, they ended up borrowing like 10 point something million shares 2 days ago when the price rose a whole bunch. Yesterday they only borrowed 4.57, so it's like half the amount of shares that they had to borrow and didn't get nearly as much movement. Um, Even though they borrowed half the amount of shares, the price instead of rising 25%, if they borrowed half the amount of shares as they did when the price rose by 25%, okay, you would expect that maybe the price would only rise 12%, but instead we ended up falling. Uh, there is 5,137 advancers to 1,538 decliners, but the price ended up falling 5%. So that how does that work? So I do think we had paper hands yesterday. There's very little doubt in my mind that we had paper hands, especially when you look at Fidelity and you see how close the buys to sell margins were. I think we did have some paper hands, and if I had to guess, they're probably people who bought in, um, you know, somewhere in the $40 to $45 range at some point. They ended up maybe either breaking even or having slightly more money. But imagine this: imagine you were an investor, maybe small money, you know, you're new to the market, or your grandma or somebody tells you, oh, you got to get on AMC before it blows up, so you buy in at like $42, right? And then you watch the price tank to 30, what was it? Tank to 31.95 or something. Let me see here. What do I got? It tanks to 31.15, and you just watched, like, I don't know, you know, a crap ton of money, a quarter of your money basically just disappear out of your account, and you're like, oh crap, what did I get myself into? Then the price rises up to 46.50, and you're like, sweet, and then all of a sudden you start to see this turnaround. You know, you didn't really stand the test of time to form those diamonds. You didn't get that pressure. You got the pressure, but you only got it once, and so you know you might get nervous, and you're like, okay, I'm either ahead or I'm even, or you know, real close. Let's just get out now, and I don't want to have anything to do with this. It's too much for me, and so they folded. So you know that's probably what we saw a little bit of yesterday. That probably stifled our movement forward. But you know that happens. When we get new investors into this stock, they're the ones that help drive this price up exponentially. The FOMO, right? It just exponentially goes up, and it keeps going up. And a lot of times when we saw that price rise from like 20 something dollars to $77, a lot of that was FOMO. A lot of people were coming in and buying, 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 and that's what allowed us to continue to rise and rise and rise in price. Um, so I think we lost a lot of new investors to this stock, probably yesterday. Um, Hence the reason that we didn't go up very much. So where are we going to go from here? Where are we going to go from here? We got 10 minutes before we get the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. Um, and it's okay. It's okay if we have paper hands. You know, as long as the core group of investors that we have that are holding this stock are not selling, then you know, I think it helps the hedge funds a little bit in the fact that it helps them to be able to shuffle around shares, perceivedly shuffle around shares to areas that allows them to maybe make some of their numbers look good. But that's about the best that it does for them. It certainly doesn't help them to cover, because those new investors are buying up fake shares anyways. We know that we own more than the possible amount of shares out there. So the only shares that they bought and sold were fake shares. So it's really not that big of a deal. It's kind of their loss, though. You know, part of the community on Reddit's not doing a good enough job in explaining to people who are new uh, why it is that they should stick this out. They're not showing them um, the past history that explains how we got to where we're at and why we're at where we're at and why we see the things that we're seeing going on. You know, if you come back and you pull this out to a 3-month trend, look at that George W. That's just so awesome. And then there's this. Like what is this? That's crazy. But if you pull this out to a 3-month trend and you look at what's happened, I mean, you have to recognize this is back in January right here, right? I mean, like how excited was it everybody when this happened? And then time goes on, and 6 months, 5 months later, right? Because it was from February to June, we ended up having this happen. So where are we headed? Time will tell. I'm curious what happens if I... I'm just looking for some trends here. A while back, John had made mention of these head and shoulders, upside down head and shoulders, which should indicate a price increase, but they didn't. Over time end up making a price decrease. But you have a shoulder, a head, a shoulder. You could even say a shoulder, a head, and another shoulder, shoulder, head, shoulder. It was kind of interesting to watch the price do what it did in this section. And then it dropped a whole bunch, and then it rebounded, dropped even more, rebounded. So we had this like this parallel channel that kind of came through here, kind of in this motion, and then we broke out of it. We had a nice couple days there, 2 days. What was that? The 19th and the 20th. And then yesterday, 1920 were strong. 19 and 20 were strong. So if we were to continue this path, do we have an instance where there was 2 days? Yeah, right here. The 11th and the 14th. So it would have been a Friday and a Monday. Well, it was a Tuesday. It was right after. That was probably like Memorial Day or something. And then we had a down day. It started out kind of nice and then dropped down, which happened here, but that's a smaller, nice portion. Yeah, maybe that's what we're looking at today. But that would follow with something like this. Okay, so volume doesn't increase to 500,000 by the time I'm ready to make my decision, which is going to be about 15 minutes from now. Then I'm probably going to have to go for a lower price today. Especially with the amount of shares that are being borrowed. I think they're going to try and screw. I think people are getting seriously played right now in options. So I'll just show you. If you're playing options right now and you saw this amount of support at the $45 range, maybe a day or two ago when we were increasing price, you probably jumped onto this bandwagon. And if you did jump onto this bandwagon, you are out of the money right now. And if they drop the price significantly today, you'll be out of the money even more. So, you know, I don't see any reason why they wouldn't try to create. If you notice, there's a big imbalance on the books right now between support of the calls versus the puts. There's like a 50% difference, 37 versus 68. They're going to try and catch a lot of people in the options. I do agree with that post in Reddit that they're going to try and catch a lot of people in the options and screw them out of some money. Yep. I think today's a down day. Today's a down day to screw people out of options and they can take their money. Yep. I would love to be wrong on this. Absolutely love to be wrong. But that is where it's looking like to me. Probably a significant drop to maybe about 36. Where are they? Oh, they're hedging around 35, right? Isn't if I remember correctly, the strong point is on the puts is 40. If they dropped it down to 35, they'd make a pretty good chunk of change because I think there is a support line at 35 as well on the opposite side. 35, yep, 21,815. Oof. And today's only Thursday. Yeah, I think they're going to try and drop the price to somewhere in that range. I think they're going to try and get as many of these right here in the money. Screw these people out of their money over here. Increase their money over here, and then call it a week on Friday. Once they've done that. You got to be careful, guys, when you're playing those options. I don't know if whoever watches this needs to know. You need to be extremely careful on how you're playing options because they're siphoning money from people. Notice Doge, right? I talked about a retraction from Doge. It got up to as high as 2146, which is higher than I thought it could go. I thought 20 might be the highest. Got up to 2146, dropped it. You're now running it at 18, just under 19 cents. I would not be surprised to watch this drop back down into the channel once again. Cinemark's up 1% in pre-market. GME is down 0.44% in the pre-market. And we are actually crossing over into the up. Let me switch back down to the 1 minute. We are moving back into the green sector. Our volume stick our pokey volume stick was wow, only 93,000 shares traded on that. Wow, so low. What happened? If volume remains low today and they borrowed so many shares, it's going to be extremely easy for them to push. Right. The wild card, right? The Joker, I think is what you mean. The wild card. So the whales on the on the buy side are the only thing that would help to stave off a huge drop in price today. I'm trying to put myself into my enemy's shoes. Let me just pull back out. It's all about setting up for Friday. Yeah, it is. It really is about setting up for Friday. I'm having such a hard time deciding where I'm going to go with today. It's time for Eric to put in his price prediction. He's first today. I will text him. Okay, I'm not going to text him. I tried texting him yesterday, and he told me his internet was out, and it's looking like I'm gonna have to call him. I hope this is not too early. Give me a second, guys. I gotta call Eric because his his phone doesn't seem to be getting text messages for one reason or another. Yeah, call didn't go through either. Okay, we might have to go without Eric for today on price predictions, unfortunately. I'm not sure what's going on with his phone, but he was saying he was having problems. Hmm. Hmm. I can't even get his wife either. Strange. Okay, well, I hope everything's okay with those guys. Eric, if you're out there, I hope everything's okay. Let's see. Since Eric is not going first, John would be going first on Friday. So I will give John the option of deciding if he wants to go first today, or if he wants and trade Eric, or if he wants me to go first. So I'll give John the option. If we can hit 45 today, that would be able to fuel a further push for 50 Friday, adding even further fuel to hold above 50. Yeah. I think that they're going to try and screw these guys out of their money. And what I think is going to happen is that they're going to try and push to get to below at least this $38 price point. And then I think they'll let it go after that. Maybe let it rise back up to 41 at the highest. And try to screw all these guys out of their money. Nab up all that money. And then come Monday, the Kraken, release the Kraken. So what do I think it's going to close at then? Again, I gotta pull it back out here so I can see. Let's go 2 hours. $38. Maybe close at 41. I'm gonna hinge around 41. So 42.5 for top. And 39.50 for bottom. Okay, so I'm gonna stick with that. Come on. Okay. And I will get John's prediction for the day here in just a little bit. Duncan, do you want to have a go at it? I can put you in for Eric since we can't get a hold of him. You can be his backup. What do you think for a price prediction for the end of the day today? I'll have to put yours to the side if he does come in with a price prediction. But for now, we could take a number from you and set it in there if you want. You can be his alternate. As far as volume goes for the day, I'm leaning towards 80 to 100 million in volume. I mean, I think what's going to end up happening is I'll get pleasantly surprised by huge amounts of volume once the market opens. So my prediction is going to end up being low. Maybe we'll come in at like 130 or something like that, 140 realistically. But based off of what I'm seeing in the pre-market, though, I probably couldn't go much higher than 100 million. Okay. Shares are coming back in. I'll refresh this. So it dropped down as low as 10,000 at some point. Now it's back up to 550,000. So it does appear that either they don't think there's going to be as much of a fight as they thought there was going to be today, or they simply borrow these shares, create maybe some type of synthetic share with them, and then return them. I'm not sure what exactly all happens or what goes into that process of manipulation with these stocks, but it doesn't make sense why you see shares borrowed and then returned and then borrowed and then returned. It's kind of weird. Short share interest is at 14.36. Okay, 44.6 to 47.6 it is. $44.6 to 47.6. Yeah, I've had days where I've been optimistic about the price. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong at all. I'm trying to. I think I should keep tallies on, or I should keep a ledger on what tends to get me the best results on price predictions. All right, it's in there. And it's 7:15. I think I'm going to give John a call. Hopefully he's awake. My feeling is that he's probably sleeping right now. Everybody's sleeping today. It's Thursday. Let's see here. Nobody's answering their phones today. Okay. We'll see if John shows up later. Looks like everybody's kind of sleeping in today or something. I'm not sure what's going on. I think that's going to put me in at neutral. I'll go ahead and put myself in at neutral and Duncan/Eric down as bullish. I do know I had a brief discussion with Eric last night, Duncan, just to make you feel better about your prediction for the day. I can say one thing for sure. He is definitely rooting for the price to be higher today. I don't want to say why, but I do know that he is optimistic about today's futures. So that whether or not that's what he would choose for a price prediction is is kind of a up. Actually, he might actually go a little bit higher. Honestly, if he might go 47 to 50, but that's close enough. 44.6 to 47.6 is good. I have a feeling he was being very bullish on today's prices, so Yeah. We'll see where John comes in here. Hopefully he gets back to me here soon. Somebody here on Reddit, Group 9 Stops is the name, says it's more than just about short interest percentage. Short interest of AMC is the catalyst. The amount of synthetics and naked shorts is multiple times over the float. Understand that the numbers we see are how they manipulate retail investors. They want retail to think they only need to cover 70 to 100 million short shares. Reality is it's in the billions. Dark pool shorting is epic numbers. The real play is the insane amount of shares that will have to be bought back to settle all those dark pool trades. I buy, I hold. Just to be on the clear side, because I don't know if everybody's understanding of the dark pools. The because it feels like what they're trying to say there is that any shares traded on the dark pool have to be settled. And that's not really the case, because it's the dark pools is just a place to trade shares to keep it off of the books of the market. So say you wanted to buy, say you had 50 million, I think I used this example yesterday. Say you had 50 million shares that you wanted to, or $50 million you wanted to invest into the company. And so you put out an order to buy them. Well, the market makers aren't going to allow $50 million worth of money to, especially if they're shorting the stock, to go straight through the NYSE. And so what they're going to do is they're going to route it through the dark pools so that large volume doesn't affect the price. That's kind of how the dark pools work. They don't have to settle that. That's not something they settle down the road that I'm aware of. So I think that's a little misleading what they had said in that post. And here's another post from Recover 801. Oh no, it's just Recover. Shareholders, cast your vote before the 29th if you haven't already. Not financial advice. Again, come Monday morning, we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about each proposal. We're going to talk about what they mean, how they affect us, and yeah, it'll be some good information to kind of cover. Trying to rotate around my my cooling blanket, see if I can't get it a little more cool. Getting a hot seat over here. We are teeter-tottering on positive and negative movement before the open today. It's kind of interesting. I'm going to my inbox to see if Eric might have tried to contact me through there. I wonder if What the heck is going on? My phone won't even let me send. Oh. Okay. I get it. I think I understand why my messages aren't going through. I'm going through my email to see if there's any messages through there. I don't see anything. How does short share interest look like? $14.36. Is dropping from day over day. It was 43.09. And it dropped to, wait, I'm looking at the wrong number. It was 14.63 and it's dropped to 14.36 from yesterday. Or 73.46 million. I really felt like we should have seen this number go up after the amount of buying that happened when we increased 2 days ago. Yeah, I know. I hear you. I call bull too. I really don't understand utilization being down at 83%, and I know that they know that we're looking at this, but I do feel that we had some paper hands yesterday. However, the day before that, there should have been a lot of buying going on right there, and that should have been reflected in the utilization. And all utilization has done, if anything, was go up just a fraction of a hair. So I'm not really buying that number, this utilization number right now. Eh. On loan was down ever so slightly from day over day. It was like 1 point something million. Went from 92.7 down to, or sorry, 94.4 down to 92.7. Yeah. Mark my words though. I think they're going to try and get the $35 shares in the money. Sorry, I said shares. $35 options in the money. So I fully expect to see this drop close to that number. It could drop down to 36 and they probably would be in the money and they could sell today. But they'll get it as close as they possibly can to that 36 before letting the price rise again. We'll definitely see a push for that. If we drop down to 86 million shares, what did that look like on the 13th? Let me just look back about a week or 5 days ago. Let's see. 16, 15, 14, 13. Right here? No. How did I go too far back? Ugh. Weeble is not helping me today. What is going on? Stop. Okay, I just want to go back just a little bit. and check out volume on the 13th. Right here. We started out the day around 40.75 and ended the day at 39.37. 39.37, is that outside my range? It is. I might need to drop mine down just ever so slightly. I am. I'm going to drop it down just a quarter. 39.25 to 42.25. Just because I tend to think that we're going to have volumes similar to the 13th of July. And I'm noticing that the open on that day was $40.57, which is really darn close to where we're at. So if we have similar volume and activity to the 13th of July, that'll put us at a close of 39.35. And so to get my price prediction in there, that would end up, I'd have to move it down at least a quarter. So I'm going to do that. Volume is not really high. Got a little bit of upwards movement there. $36.7. Where are you getting that number from? Oh, SSR. Sorry. Yes, that's correct. Trigger price today is at 36.7. Interesting that you should note that, because if they dropped it down to say just under 36.7, it would put SSR on. It would allow them to start creating more naked shorts as per that that documentation that I covered the other day. And that's when they would slowly let the price increase again. So I would watch for SSR to trigger today at 36.7. They'll probably drop it to like 36. That'll get their that'll give them the ability to be able to create maybe a lot of those shares that they borrowed today. They'll be able to turn those into naked shorts and you know, do what it is that they need to do to manipulate the market. But then they'll let the price increase again to probably try and get some of the money that they have on the long positions back into the money. So you know, we're probably looking at maybe a volatile day today, but the volume just isn't really reflecting that right now. That is a good point, though, that the SSR just so happens to be right at $36, which is funny. I would estimate that we end up seeing I'm really actually feeling very confident about my price prediction for today. It'll dip below it, but it'll come back in. And let's see if we can draw something up here. Over time, I'm gonna kind of pick a channel and see if we're gonna kind of stay on that channel. That's a little too severe of a drop. Hmm. I'm looking for what kind of channel that they're going to take to decrease the price for the day. So if I were to just take like currently what we're doing right now, something a little bit along the lines of this. That would put us at about 30s. Dropping it down to like the 36 price range would get us to up about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I think that's a little too severe. I think that's I think that's I think this is I'm just drawing up a channel that doesn't even reflect anything that any numbers that we're currently trading in, but I'm kind of predicting that this is the path that they're going to take, and I think that by it won't let me drag. Son of a gun, we will let me drag out so I can see. But I think on the 5-minute interval, looking at that, it would have us drawing into like the $36 range. I thought I had it set up more accurately, but kind of around 2:30. Maybe a little bit before that. Yeah, about like that. Let's see if that looks right on here. Yep, that's okay. So this is kind of the trajectory that I think that we're going to be taking today. I'm just going to leave it up there, and see how this performs over time. It's not based off of anything that's actually trending currently. I just simply manipulated this to kind of predict the path that I think that we'll be following. So definitely expect this to kind of come in and out of these lines at given points, but I think that's the general path that we're going to be taking up until about 1 o'clock today. And then after 1 o'clock, I see a breakout. But again, this is just forecasting. We'll know we're doing really well if we break far off of this. Oh, I completely forgot that I had gotten rid of my Fibonacci retracements. I don't know if you guys noticed that or not. So let's look at. I think after hours, we'll just draw one up off of that. Oh my gosh, Weeble, you're terrible. Usually it like auto snaps into place, but it's not really auto snapping today. There we go. All right, let's see how that works out. It's all right. It works. Yeah, we'll put that. We'll call that good. All right, this is how we're looking for the day. So we're currently trading under 50% of our kind of our target value that we want to stay at, which is 40.57, which is just slightly under what our close was yesterday. A significant breakout from this trend line for me would be anything above the 50% line as time goes forward. So, as the day moves forward more and more, that's going to become more and more difficult, because if we are going to continue to follow this path down, that becomes further and further out of reach. So any kind of spike up that we're going to see needs to cross that 50% line, which is up right here. It hovers right around $40.57. It goes through the entire day, but we'll need to see us cross that line for us to know that there's enough support to consider ourselves moving in a new direction. So we just tested 40.32 and bounced off of it. So Duncan, you'll know that your price prediction of 44.6 to 47.6, you'll know that you're on target, or that we're looking better for those numbers once we do cross that $40.57 line. That'll be kind of like an indicator for you to know that you're kind of coming into play. All right, we are at 7:44 my time. Currently looking at about 45 minutes until market open. And more shares being returned to the available to borrow section. We went down to 550. Now we're at 650 available. I should say down to. I only say down to because we were at 1 million earlier this morning. But we're, I guess we're up from 10,000 at one point to 650,000. This is an interesting post. I'm gonna pull this one over. This is posted by Appropriate Elk 3827. See again, you can't really tell based off the names who they are. It's been a user for 8 months. Pretty decent karma. Anyways, Dark Pool Guy checking in on morning drive as we test marketplace metrics. AMC dives to number 5 in the top 10 negative dark pool positions, adding 1.32 billion and 24.49 million shares, heading up to a position of negative 5.52 billion over negative 128.65 million shares. The tide is rising. How high will the wave rise in this cycle? Just another week of trading sideways. July 20 position shows that we were negative 4, or number 4 rather. July 21st, we were number 5 on the list. So looking at this more closely. Sorry, Adam's talking to me this morning. So here we are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're in 5th place for, I guess, amount of shares. Well, I don't really know how this list works. Because we have the... Oh, okay, it's got to be a DP position. Dark pool position. I'm not sure what it's based off of, though. Oh, that's why we're 5th, but I'm not sure why. Maybe on the amount of value of the dark pools that are being traded. If Tesla's running higher in price, then that's why they would have a higher position than we have, as an example. I don't really know what to make of all that. It's above my head. Buy and hold. Buy and hold. Let me see. Let me see what. Let me see what Adam has to say here. He's trying to point me in the direction of something. He wants me to take a look at this. All right, let's take a listen. Let's take a listen to this real quick. He says that this is some really good DD. It's like 5 minutes. We'll take 5 minutes of our time to just kind of listen to this real quick. Props goes to whose channel is this? Crystal Ball 93, maybe. I'm really bad at understanding whose channel it is. I feel like it never is like very clear. Anyways, let's take a listen to this real quick and see what they say.
About the securities in my TD direct investing account.
Wait, let's start over.
Can I help you today?
Oh, hi there. Yeah, I had some questions about the securities in my TD direct investing account.
What questions did you have?
Specifically about AMC and GME. Wondering what the margin requirements are to short sell those securities for collateral.
I'm fairly sure that both of those shares are on our credit watch list, which means they have zero loan value, which means we would not be shorting those stocks through TD Direct Investing. Do you have access to WebBroker?
No, I mean if someone wants to short sell the stock in their portfolio, if someone wants to do that, what are the margin requirements, or they're not permitted to? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, there's zero loan value on those stocks. We would not allow you to short them.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure those two, because they're so volatile, are on our credit watch list. I was just asking about WebBroker.
Yep.
If you go into WebBroker, there is a list of stocks on the credit watch list.
Oh, okay. How do I get it? How do I go there? I'm in there right now.
Yeah. So you'll see at the top of the screen, you got the TD logo, and it says Accounts, Research, and Trading. If you click on Trading, you'll see in a drop-down menu.
Mm-hmm.
It says Margin and Concentration Limits, I believe. So I'm just trying to get back into WebBroker here.
Okay.
And on that page, when it opens up, after you see those kind of grids, there's a list there that says stocks on the credit watch list. Click here to review list.
Review the list. Okay, I see that.
110
Interesting.
pages long.
Very interesting information.
It's getting longer.
Wow.
Like last time I looked at it, I remember it was only 83 pages.
Okay, yeah, this is going to be a very interesting one to share with the community.
And I bet you AMC and GameStop would be on there because they're just very volatile.
Okay.
If we let clients short it and then it fluctuates so much, it's too much headache for our credit department, so they just put it on the...
Okay, I understand. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. Are they on the list there?
I'm just looking down here. Hold on.
If you go
There's so many
F,
stocks. Yeah, Control F and
Control F and
AMC.
type in AMC.
Yeah, it is AMC
Entertainment.
Yeah, I see it there. AMC Entertainment Holdings.
Type in GameStop. It's probably there.
0%.
Zero loan value.
Yeah.
Yeah.
GME.
So anything with
Yeah,
zero, you're not
GME
going to be able to short
0%.
through us.
Okay. All right. Not able to short through TD. I understand. Thank you for that information.
You're welcome. Was there anything else I could
Yeah, I
do?
have a couple other questions as well. Two more. The other question is, how are the orders routed? Are they routed direct to New York Stock Exchange, or do they go through dark pools or other alternative trading systems like Citadel Connect and other similar ATSs and non-ATSs?
I don't really have a whole answer for that. I mean, we do trade on the primary market, but there are alternate exchanges that we can route your order to. So we route it where we feel you'll get the best price.
Is there a way for me to set it up so that I have direct
No,
routing?
there is not.
Okay.
No, we direct
Okay.
I
And
can't see myself. Sorry, if you're happy.
yeah,
I'm just saying that I can't see before you send it where it's going to go. We only know after it's filled where it got routed to, right?
okay. No, that answers my questions. The third question I think you already answered, essentially. Oh, sorry. No, no, you didn't actually. My mistake. I was actually wondering if my shares can be lent out as well in my account, or if because they're in a cash account, are they not able to be lent out to short sellers, or can they be lent out to short sellers?
So in a cash account, as long as you've paid for everything, then we can't borrow from you. If they're paid up shares,
Yep.
then we can't borrow. So we can't borrow. So normally in a cash account or any registered plan account like a TFSA or RSP, you're not allowed to borrow money.
Mm-hmm.
So because you've paid for your securities in full, we would not be lending out those shares.
Okay.
However, in a margin account, if you're borrowing money from us, that means we're allowed to borrow from you to the extent that you've borrowed money from us. So
Okay.
if you fully paid for them, even in a margin account, then we wouldn't be able to borrow from your account.
Okay, I understand. Thank you so much for your answers.
So if you take a look at your statements,
Mm-hmm.
take a look in your holdings where it says SEG segregated. That means that it's segregated and we're not borrowing.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah,
That's
so
useful
you
as well.
should see everything that says segregated in cash or registered plan accounts.
Great. That's a lot of useful information. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Oh, my pleasure. And thank you for choosing TD Direct Investing. We appreciate your business. Was there anything else?
No, that's all. My pleasure. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
You too. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, well, that's interesting. Now, the reason that Adam was showing me this was he was saying that at least through that broker, you're unable to, the stocks AMC and GME are unable to be shorted. However, and I mentioned this to him, that does not mean that market makers can't short the stock right now. That just means that TD or that broker that he's using is choosing to not allow retail investors to short the stock. It doesn't mean that the entire market's limited to shorting that stock. So that's just kind of an important thing to remember. Retail investors and market makers have different rules that they play by, which is part of the thing that we're trying to fix on this. You know, we don't want. I don't think any of us agree that that should be the case. We should all have to follow the same rules. Let me see. There was something specific that I was going to look up, and I can't remember now. Oh, there is something that I wanted to mention today. I did notice that we broke out of that channel and are heading. We broke past that $40.57 mark that I was talking about. Moving up in an up direction. Almost looks like a little bit of a George W there, but we are moving back up for market open. We're just a few cents away from breaking even from yesterday's close. What I wanted to mention was yesterday I had based my overall closing price. I thought we were going to close 10% higher. We ended up closing 5% lower. I do want to throw out, even though I have a price prediction lower today, well, actually kind of even, it's between 39.25 and 42.25. The numbers that I was seeing day over day on an increase today was supposed to be a 43% increase in price. So if we open the market up at roughly the same price as we closed yesterday, let's just check out and see how much of a 43% increase would be. That would close us at 58.31 today, which would be huge. And we will probably likely, if that were to happen, we would see huge amounts of volume because there's going to be a lot of investors who are going to be jumping in on this way early. So just kind of keep that number in mind because I got skittish after us dropping 5% when I thought we should be going up 10%. Yeah, I am hedging on my own prediction. Just keep it in mind though, if we do continue to see a large growth on the value today, that that was the number that I was looking kind of based on past history what we should be seeing in price. Uh, that's what I would have gone with today. But because we didn't do that, I decided to go back to the technicals and go with the technicals for the pricing. But just keep that number in mind. If that's and I'll put it up there again later. But that's historically that's what I would have thought we would have made it to today. So we'll see what ends up happening. But we did make it above that 50% level of support, which is nice. That was a nice boost that we just had right there in the market. I'm still going to keep up this line here, because this is what I think that they're going to try to pull for. I think this is the path they want it in. So just because we break out of it doesn't mean that we can't get back into it. So just be watching for that. I'm going to keep it up there. We could draw a path in the opposite direction, just to kind of see what that would look like. If we were going to go to that $58 range, this might actually be a pathway to it. And we'll call it something like this and see where it goes. Actually, I'm going to have to pull out to 5 minutes. There we go. Yeah, that's too high. Oh, maybe it's not. We'll go with something like that. So we'll see which way we move. It'll be interesting for sure. This is the direction that I think the hedge funds want to take us, at least until about 1 o'clock today. This is the direction that my historical I don't know what historical trends would have suggested that we would have been going. So we'll see what ends up happening. I might delete some of those lines at the beginning of market open, depending on how it looks. That's almost exactly what I'm doing. I'm hedging my prediction. Such a wide range too. It's not really like I'm still sticking to my numbers. I still think that based on the technicals, I think 39.25 to 42.25 is the end for the day today, based on the numbers that I'm seeing. But this upwards channel is where we should have been heading, and this downwards channel is where I think that the hedge funds want to take us. Which is funny because my price prediction for the day kind of splits right between the two of them, at least for a good portion of the day. Which actually, I mean, if you think about that, that kind of makes a lot of sense, right? Like, if the hedge funds want to take us in one direction and the whales want to take us in another direction, someplace meeting in the middle would be a happy happy scenario, right? Yin and yang. Always trying to pull in one direction or the other, but end up meeting in the middle. We're zenning this. $567,000 shares at 8 o'clock in the morning. Low. The amount of shares being returned is still pretty high. So we went from 650,000 at 8:30 in the morning. About 15 minutes later, it went up to 950,000. So they keep on returning shares. I had them at about 2 million shares borrowed, and based on everything that's being returned, we're about almost where we left off last night. Because it was at 1 million, and these numbers look pretty close to what they were. So it's almost like no shares have been borrowed whatsoever again. Ortex is starting to report some shares being borrowed. Currently, they're at 885,000. So I'll pull that up in a minute, or actually I'm going to change it now. So the total amount of shares borrowed yesterday, 4.57 million. But when you click on the on loan amount, or actually we could do a different way of looking at it. We could say oh, wrong one. So according to this, the new loan amount for the day yesterday was 5.32, and I had 4.57. So the number, the end up reported number ended up being more. Where is that green line? Oh, there it is. Yeah, so anyways, we're at 885. I'll just put 0.885 million. You're saying, okay, so yeah, and this is something that we've always noticed before. If you look at Fidelity, if you look at MarketWatch, a lot of them are reporting different values than what Webull reports on volume. The difference, I believe, is I think that a lot of those other sites are reporting dark pool or off the OTC trades, or what might be considered dark pool trades, on top of that. So when when we see these numbers like 50 to 60% of the shares traded in OTC markets, that's the difference. So Webull's only showing this 588,000 is only the amount of shares that have been traded on the market itself, the NYSE market, and that's what directly reflects the price. Those OTC markets don't reflect those prices, but they do reflect that volume. So, so yes, there's 1 million shares traded so far, but they're rerouting basically little more than half of the, oh, I guess actually a little less than half of the amount of total shares traded so far. So, and that another way to look at that too is, as an example, um, let's see, yesterday our volume was 157 million shares traded yesterday. That's what's reported. If you want to look it up, you can see it. I'll just pull it over here. It says it right here. 157,655,700 shares traded on the market. Now, if you go and you look at, for example, here, that matches the inflow, right? That number is real close. This is in millions. 1576. 1576. It matches it perfectly. The problem is we know, according to AMC Stock Tracker, that 67.1% of the total trades were done in dark pool exchanges. And so when you look over here and you see an outflow of nearly the same amount, some of these, this is the total inflow and outflow of everything combined, right? So when the market opens today, what I'll do is I'll refresh this and you'll see that the millions here and the inflow and outflow don't match what the actual volume to the market is. It'll be some percentage off. And so that's the differences. And I've kind of pieced that together over time. It took me a while to figure out, like, I was like, how do we have, order flow distribution in the millions, but it doesn't show that in the volume up here. And I couldn't figure it out, but I think that's what it is. So our order flow distribution is the total amount traded. So according to this right here, if you were to look at it, this says 3.1 million shares traded. So if you could go to Market Watch and see what the percentage total was for yesterday, you might have seen some number probably closer to this value. Whereas what the market actually saw was that 1.576, or sorry, not 157.6 million shares. So that's what I think. I'm trying to piece things together as they go, but that's what I'm coming up with, because these numbers just don't jive. You can't see, you can't see a number up here that doesn't match the total number up down here. It just doesn't make sense. So I think this order flow distribution shows the total market on both the OTCs and the NYSE. Yeah, I've even my mom commented on that one day. She's like, "Hey, you're saying that volume's this, and I'm seeing something completely different," because she watches Market Watch, I believe, as well. Or actually, she might be on Charles Schwab. I can't remember which one she's on, but she checks that, and she's like, "Well, the volume's much larger than what you're saying it is." But since I only look at Webull, I base all my day-to-day predictions off of what I see on Webull. So I'm not going off of what I see in the dark pools. It would probably make more sense to look at our dark pools, just because, irregardless of how they route it, I should be taking that into an account. But I wouldn't really know what that number is until after the market opens, so I'm having to make predictions based off of pre-market conditions. I mean, I could pull up Market Watch and look at that, but, or I could even do it through Fidelity. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to consider that, whether I should change how I look at that. I kind of felt like in the past I should just stick to just one number and just go off of it. I don't know. Ooh, a government shutdown in the end of July? Hmm. I hadn't heard of that. That's actually kind of news to me. I can't imagine. Usually that's at the end of the year. Hmm. Looks like short share interest might be increasing ever so slightly. It's at 14.49% now. Here, I just want to pull this up again real quick just to show you. But this is kind of interesting, right? It shows. So we've been watching this morning. We've been watching this number change quite a bit. You know, it was all the way as high as a million at one point earlier this morning, and then went down as low as 10,000. And now it's almost back in a million again. So we know shares are being traded and shares are being returned. However, when we look at Ortex says that there's close to a million shares that have been borrowed this morning, but only 94,000 returned. Right? So what's up with that? So like this is the actual borrow rate, I guess, based off of what's been returned. This is probably the number I should be tracking. So I will do that. 8.62 or 0.862. either Ortex is late to report, or a lot of the shares here that are showing up as returned aren't actually returned shares. They're just more shares that are being made available. Eat on that for a little bit. The ammunition's just being printed. All right, we're 9 minutes away from market open. Ugh, I don't have a price prediction from John. Let me see if Adam wants to fill in for him for today. No new real news out there on AMC. It's kind of radio dark right now. Nothing good, nothing bad, nothing at all. Citadel is working more than usual, but not more than usual. Fintel is reporting about 4 new items, but some are puts and calls on 13Fs that were filed. It looks like Vallejo Financial Advisors dropped their entire position, so let's look and see how much that was and when it was. So it was on the 30th. It looks like they held about I'm a little confused by what this is saying, because back here it says, oh, this is a call. I'm sorry. I didn't realize this was an options. Okay, so they had a call option that they placed, and it looks like they might have been out of the money on that call option that they placed on the 30th, because it's showing up in red. Carolina Wealth Advisors purchase 3 shares? Gosh. Really? Wow. Okay. Big spenders. Big spenders there. I can't even imagine having to file a report for 3 shares. That's kind of crazy. Here's Vallejo. After they lost out on their call option, they put in a put option. It looked like they made some money on that. It was about 2,600 shares worth of a put option. Did they make? They didn't make shares on that. And then looks like they made like $147,000 on that put option though. And then they bought with maybe whatever money that they ran that put option on. They bought shares, more shares, about 1,283 shares at $33.45 a share. Let's see if that's what they bought with their money with that $147,000. 1283 times 33.45. Wouldn't that be funny? Okay, so maybe just a portion of it. But wouldn't that be funny if like people shorted the stock to make money on it and then turned around and bought shares in order to do that? That's pretty. I mean, if you see the hedge funds working to accomplish something. Maybe go with the flow and make money off of it too, and then turn around buy shares. Okay, we're currently down 1.5% coming into market open. I'm gonna play the beginning intro, so you guys enjoy, and I'll get back on as soon as that's over.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Acceleration confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now.
Hey, we've got a problem here.
What did you do?
Nothing. I stirred the tanks.
This is Houston. Say again, please.
Houston, we have a problem.
Good morning, Apes. No new music for having a problem today, but welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgies. Oh man, another day, another dollar. Let's get this day going here. Let's see some green candlesticks. I need to do like a Darth Vader dun 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 dun. Let's do that. Let's find a Darth Vader theme here. Let's play that in the background. There we go. The Imperial fleet is here. The hedgies are at it. Down with the Imperial fleet. There we go. So they tried to get us back down into that channel again. We're having a little bit of a fight back. So we hit that level of resistance at 39.53, and we're moving back up, trying to stay out of that channel, it looks like. Testing 39.97, we're past it, kind of trying to break through there, but we are having some resistance. We do typically see, like within the first 15 minutes, some heavy resistance just for the day, so that's kind of typical. You know, if this continues to go too much higher, I would expect to see shares available to borrow decrease quite rapidly. All right. Let's screw those Imperial hedgies. Let's screw them good. So we're currently trading about 1 million shares a minute. We're staying on that that flow pretty good. Heading up to 41. There's some good movement today. I'm liking what I'm seeing currently. We're breaking through each one of these levels of resistance with pretty much no problem. We'll watch the options just to make sure that they don't reset those on us. Which they have not. It does appear that they have. Wait, oh no, I'm looking at the wrong columns. I keep looking at the wrong columns. I don't see a reset yet. But I'm gonna go ahead and record the numbers one more time just in case they do get reset. Looks like they're the same numbers. Yeah, same numbers. If we get up into this channel right here that I was drawing out earlier, I would fully suspect that they're going to start resetting some of those. I think the buying pressure will be too great for them to continue to keep those put options set up where they're at, especially at like the $35 range. And typically when we see a reset like that, it typically stops the price. Like what we've seen in the past is if there's a sharp increase in price, it'll kind of stop the price from continuing to move up as rapidly as it is. So it's starting to kind of slow down a little bit. So maybe that reset's happened or not yet. Okay, they're letting it ride. I better pay my internet bill before it goes out. I just realized, I know I got the email like a few days ago, so it's not like I'm late. But I was just thinking about it right now because I was thinking about how crappy my internet speeds are. Oh yeah, look at these look at these. Yeah, that's not even due for another 9 days. Yeah, look at these terrible terrible internet speeds. Let me pay him more for my terrible service. Gotta love AT&T. There's an 18,000 buy wall at $41. And if we test that, you'll start to see them tick down, and then they'll more than likely disappear before we actually even buy them all. So they are starting to drop down, but they keep adding back to it. There it gets tested again a couple more times, dropped down about 1,000. Okay, they're gone now. So they're struggling to get the price back down a little bit more than it rose. We are down and testing, getting past the 40.57 level of resistance. I'm still not seeing a whole lot of change to the amount of shares being borrowed. There is actually shares being returned to the market right now. Back on Ortex, looking at it, we were at almost a million, 0.862 million shares borrowed, and it's down to 0.549. So they're returning shares, which could have been part of the buying pressure that you saw here. They could be making a little bit of a covering. We are at still almost, we fell off a little bit off pace of that 1 million shares traded per minute. Let's look at the actual volume here. Yeah, most of these three to four big ones in here were the ones that were really helping push past 1 million shares per minute. So we'd have to get past that level, that line right there, in order to get back to that level. So volume is dropping off, and as volume drops off, they can of course short the stock much easier. I shouldn't say short the stock. They can ladder attack the price, short ladder. GME is up. Oh, down. They were up. They're floating right between up and down. They're looking almost exactly like we are as far as trends go. Cinemark is down actually more than we are right now. They're down 2% for the day, and we're down only 1.5. Still waking up. Amazon's having a bit of a run. They're up almost 1%, up to 3,619. The market as a whole has 4,024 decliners over 2,586 advancers. So the market's struggling a little bit right now. A 2-to-1 ratio of strugglers. I'm gonna leave John's price prediction up. I never was able to reach John or Eric. I am gonna get a bowl of cereal. I think I need to eat something this morning. My My energy drinks ran out, and it is time for me to grab some food. I'm a little hungry. I didn't eat anything beforehand today. Kind of woke up like super tired today. I don't know what happened. I feel like I got good sleep. So I'm not sure why I woke up so tired today. But it was definitely hard rolling out of bed. Bed was like, "No, stay." I was like, "Ah." I'm gonna try and get John. I'll let John come in with a price prediction if he can. If not, Adam might fill in for him with a price prediction for today. I'll let him put one in here if he wants to. It was funny because one of the last things John said to me last night was, "So I get my ice cream, right?" And I laughed, because we're basing it off of the weeks, and the week isn't over yet, so I hope he didn't think that I was laughing because he thought he was going to get one just based off of the day. Let's see what Adam's saying here. Options reset. All right, I'll take a look at it here in just a second. Yeah, let's take a look at it. It's kind of odd that I would be surprised that they would do that now with the price going down. My bet is that they made that call to delete everything when we were back up here in that $41 range as we were moving up, and then we're just now seeing that reflected in the options. So yep, pretty much all the puts are gone. There is 1,683 at $26. That's the highest level, so that's what I got to put in. That's how I'm tracking it. So $26 it has moved from. We'll see that change, but for the puts it has changed from $40 with 37.5 thousand options. I feel like that's got to be a loss. They had to have taken a loss there. Although it does show that they were in the money over here. I think that's what this represents. So they must have made some money on it, but probably not as much as they would have liked to have. So now the strong point is going to be $26 with 1.6. We'll just put 1.7 thousand on there. On the calls, the biggest amount of strength is at $40. Oh wait, let's check down here. That's not true. I'm looking at the wrong column again. Yeah. The biggest amount of strength is at $40, so that's moved as well. With 1.7 as well. Okay, now that's actually more even now. Both 1.7, but a big, huge spread between 40 and 26. I imagine that we'll start to see this to change. The put options will begin to come in and fill. Yeah, so if you want to know I'm not sure which comes first, the egg or the chicken. But in regards to watching a price rise like this, when we see those options disappear, that typically is an indicator that it's some kind of circuit breaker that causes the price to reverse or at least slow down. And in this case, they were able to get a reverse going on it, and so they'll reset up their options. So this is why it's really dangerous to buy options with this stock, because it seems like they have a lot of different avenues on which they can attack the price. So you're really kind of playing a little bit of a guessing game, because especially when you see, I know that $45 they had quite a few options for calls there. So if you set up for $45, you lost money. And there was a lot there. So if I pull that back over, you can see that they had to have lost more money on this, because they had so many call options from the $40 to $50 range. And if you look here, you can see the percentages on what was lost on that, and those percentages are much higher on the than the puts percentages that they would have gotten from that. So they lost money there. All right, I'm gonna step away for just a few minutes. I'm gonna grab something to eat, and I'll come back to the computer here in just a second. Give me just a minute. Haha, Duncan, you got caught. You got caught looking at the wrong column. It's so easy to do. I don't know what it is. It's something about that open interest column that just draws your eye to it. Especially after it resets. Okay, we're testing 39.53. Below that, we got a ways we could drop. And so this is what I was kind of expecting for the day, to get into this channel that they want to get into and try to drive this price down to that $36 range. Now, they're not going to make the money that they would have made on those options unless they start filling them back up again. which, could be a tactic, right? Create the option while the price is high and then drop down into the option so that you can get money out of it. Good morning, Mom. Why don't we get a magic reset button? Good question. Sure would be nice to have. What would be really nice to have is a button we could push that would get rid of dark pool trading. We need that button. I'm coming back in to look at the shares traded. See, I just don't get this. This is what I was talking about before earlier today. We're at 170 inflow versus 164 outflow. We're down 3% in price, which is kind of crazy. But what I really don't get is this is million USD, right? So how is it that you have a distribution of orders in the magnitude of, well, that's over 300 million shares traded when it's only showing 18 million? How's that possible? I'm not sure if I understand this. Is there a help button on here? No help button. Let me look this up, because I don't want to just talk about it and not understand it. Let me do some research here real quick and try and figure out what's going on here with the order flow distribution. Oh, it's order. I should have I don't know why that didn't dawn on me. It's orders, not shares. I'm not seeing this on anything I've looked up yet, but as I kept repeating the order flow distribution. So these are orders in the millions. So one order has to be at least a share. Yeah, that still doesn't make sense to me. Let me do some reading here real quick. I do want a magic button though. I'm even more confused now than I was before on order flow distribution. So this is on Yahoo Finance. I'm going to pull over real quick. Order flow illustrates the distribution of a stock's traded shares during the session in relation to the size of the orders they were a part of. The chart below divides the order size into quarters, the largest quartile, the smallest quartile, and the middle 50%. So, which this makes sense to me. I've never had a question as to what that was. This is just the size broken down of the orders. And then it says the breakdown of Apple Inc. So this is Apple's apparently screenshot of their order distribution. It says above shows that 5.92% of the total traded shares, about 36.33 million. 5.92 right here. And it says 36.33 million. It is shares traded. We're within the top 25% of buy orders, while medium-sized orders made up all but a minuscule amount of the rest of the total shares traded. Of the 25% of small orders, there was less than 1 million worth of shares purchased. However, if you look at the outflow statistics, it's clear that selling pressure in the stock was stronger across the board. More than 56% of all shares. Where are they looking at 56? I guess it's this number plus this number. Of all shares traded so far that day were within sell orders of various sizes. Remember that buyers drive prices higher and sellers drive it lower. Used effectively, this information can inform anything from the liquidity of a particular stock to the types of traders buying into or unloading the stock. A higher distribution of large orders might suggest institutional action, while an uptick in the size of smaller orders might suggest a surge in volatility as demand tightens trading. So, I mean, yeah, the way I've been looking at this the whole time is accurate based on what I'm reading right there. The retail investors are probably the small and some of the medium portions of trades, and then the large are the would be the institutional investors, and they're keeping those large. More than likely, the people who route the trades through the dark pools, which would be the hedge funds, would route them through these large orders onto the market, but the large ones from here would probably be routed through the dark pools to avoid a increase in price. But yeah, this is in the millions, right? So according to this, you add these numbers up, you get 170 million shares traded on the inflow and 164 traded on the outflow. But yet our volume says 21 million. I don't understand that. That makes no sense to me whatsoever. It says million in US. Oh, dollars. US dollars. Okay. Take that back. Dollars. Let's look at this real quick. Let's figure this out. So if we add up the total amount in dollars, 170 plus 164, it's 334 on an average price of, we'll just call it $39. That's 8.56 million shares. So we're over that. So that doesn't really make sense. Unless they were bought. I just did it off an average price. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see here. Trying to make some sense of this. So it's in millions of dollars. $335. $335 million. That would only be 8.5 million shares traded, but we have 22 million shares traded showing on the volume. I don't know. But, you know, we can say that if this is retail buyers versus sellers, we have more buyers, fractionally more buyers than we have sellers. Actually, overall, we have more buyers than sellers, no matter how you cut it. Okay, so they're moving us into that channel. Let's look at options, because this is going to tell us the story of what they're trying to do. My guess is we'll start seeing that. What price range was it again? I believe it was it 35 that they were trying to, that I felt that they were trying to get it down to. Maybe I think I had said 36, because 35 would have put them in the money, or 36 would have put them in the money. So the most strength right now on the puts is on the $40 mark. We'll change that again. Which makes sense to me. The $40 mark makes sense. You know, they'll drop it down a little bit today and then maybe sell those off before they get back up above 40. 3.4. And 6.6 on the other side. So everything's kind of pivoting around 40 right now. Both sides. You know, and that's really darn close to what I thought we would end for a price for today. Basing it off of what we saw on the 13th with the close of 39.35. Shares traded 24 million after 40 minutes. We're in the sweet spot, I think, or what I would consider the sweet spot for investors to start buying again. We're outside that 40 to 45 range. I don't doubt that they're going to see more points of resistance the lower down that they go into the 30s. Duncan, quick question for you if you're listening. In Denmark, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought it was Denmark. In Denmark, do you guys have breakfast cereal that you eat over there? I'm curious if that's an American thing, or if that's kind of moved over to other countries as well. Like for you, do you guys have over here in the United States? It's boxed cereals, and it's I don't know. Maybe you've heard of these Lucky Charms, Fruit Loops, Tricks, um, Cheerios, Rice Krispies. There's actually like in the United States, there's an entire aisle dedicated to cereals that you can buy, and they're usually popular with kids, but even adults eat them too. Because they do have like more adultish like type of cereals. Like what I'm eating right now is frosted mini wheats, um, which would probably be considered more of an adult favorite than it is a kid favorite. Probably because it's more healthy. But just out of curiosity, do you guys have that over there? Okay. Um, what do you guys, or I guess what's your favorite? What do you guys have a cereal, and what does it consist of? Is there something that you specifically eat on occasion, um, or I guess maybe your favorite? Yeah, that's probably how I would define how I eat it too as well. Well, I will look it up and see what it looks like. Oh, yeah, that looks like okay, do you get like the dark chocolate kind or the cookies and cream? Looks like you have dark chocolate, cookies and cream. Looks like there's a couple different brands or flavor types. It's made by Quaker, which is actually, I believe, an American company, and they have something very similar to that over here. I'm trying to think of what it's called. Um, oh goodness, why is it not coming to me right now? It's actually one of the ones that I like too. But it's basically like oatmeal nuggets is what it looks like in the picture, anyways. Especially like the cookies and cream looks like it has almonds as well. Um, it's kind of cool that they have like actual chunks of chocolate in there. That's unusual. I'll bet you eat the four nuts kind. Oh, you eat the dark chocolate. Okay. Yeah, the dark chocolate's the number one that pulls up when you look it up, or when I look it up. Um, yeah, that's actually really close to one of the cereals that I like a lot too. Interesting. Yeah, I'm just perplexed completely by this order flow. 274 over 275. Well, under 275. So we almost have like an even order flow, and yet the price is down 4.5%. That's just so bad, so wrong. But I'll tell you what gives me hope in the price for today and tomorrow, between today and tomorrow, is the fact that they're doubling down on that $40 strike price. Right now they have 5.5 million, which is up from 3.4. And on the long positions, they're also getting higher at 9.8, up from 6.6. So everything's kind of centering around that $40 strike. So as the further down they can decrease this, the more money they're going to make on the put side, as well as the price starts to swing back upwards. The higher it gets, the more they'll make on either side of that $40 price. Again, going back to what I've said in the past, $40 to $50 or $40 to $45 is that sweet kind of I want to call it that sweet investor spot where that they found to where investors are kind of weary of getting in, but not weary of getting in, but also weary of getting out. So, if they can play around in that gray area, we'll just call it the gray area. If they can play around with that gray area as much as possible, they're going to find that they get the most amount of action that favors them on swinging of the price, right? So like as it goes up to 40 something dollars, in that somewhere between that 40 and $45 range, as it swings through there, they get investors and they swing it back down the other direction. They lose investors. They swing it back up. They're just going to keep playing this pendulum, trying to get investors to buy and sell, buy and sell, buy and sell, so that they can cover their positions. They want to create as many paper hands as possible. So the more of that they can, the more investors they can find to sell, the better that they'll do. So they're just playing around in that little happy area of theirs. They have borrowed back some more shares, 60, 70,000. Short share interest is up. It's climbing to 14.8% with 2.82 million shares borrowed. That is the borrowed change. In other words, I'm subtracting the return shares from the borrowed shares. 2.82 borrowed, up from basically a half a million. Based on what we saw 2 days ago when they had borrowed 10 million shares, they're 1/3 of the way there to that point. Only because I was tracking borrowed shares when I saw that, not borrowed change. So the borrowed shares is at 3.44, which would be, 1/3 of the way to that 10 million. So just to show you, Duncan, in the United States, the Quaker that we have, the Quaker cereal that we have, that is similar to what yours is called Simply Granola, and I can't really get a good picture of these, but this is the box that I normally buy right here. So very similar, oats, honey, and almonds. It's very similar to what you have. We don't. It doesn't look like they actually have a dark chocolate version over here in the United States. They do have a oats and honey, oats and apple. Yeah, they have oats, honey, raisins, and almonds. Oats, apples, cinnamon, and I can't read that word. Here's vanilla and pecan. So yeah, we have some stuff that's similar, but I do like those. Those are good. Yeah, same exact manufacturer. I think the manufacturer that I buy it's a very similar cereal, is a different manufacturer, but I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, and I don't think I have any right now that I can look at. Yeah, it looks like the technical I mean, so far the way the day is trending, it looks like the technical analysis that I did this morning on where we were going to trade for the day is pretty spot on. I think we're gonna be floating around that $40 price range, much like the options are kind of showing that is going to happen. So far, we had a 49.3% increase day over day when we went from 31.15 to 46.50. So nearly 50% increase. The last time that we saw something like that was on between the 10th and the 15th, where we went from 39.71 to 64.70. Following that, we had a drop of about 20%, which we're nearing right now. we are at 17.2%, the furthest drop that we've had. So we went from 46.50 and we have seen a low of 38.51. So we're nearing that, and I've said, you'll recall I've said this before. Those 20% swings, those are artificial or actually man-made. I think I want to start calling them man-made. Those 20% swings are man-made swings or algorithms generated by the computers to create paper hands. And so what they're doing is they're swinging that price up into that $40 to $45 range, dropping it 20%, getting those paper hands to fold their shares and trying to cover their positions. So that's what we have to watch out for, because again, number one rule, buy and hold. Number two rule, buy and hold. Number one rule, don't buy more than you're willing to lose. Number two rule, buy and hold. If you just buy and hold and that's all you do, you can walk away from this and never even look at it again until the price starts going into some astronomical numbers that blow your mind, and you never have to worry about this again. So we are currently at 17.2% down since we hit that 46.50 as a low. I mean, not right at this second, but that's as low as we've gotten so far. So I would expect that to get to 20 or near 20%, maybe even 21%, which would put us at $37. I know I had said 36 earlier today. 36 would be 22.6%, which is doable. I could see that happening. So, don't put that past the stock from being able to hit that price today. They're going to definitely try to generate as many sellers as possible. Investor fear is everything for them. Without the fear they lose. That is their main tool. And we hit 46.50 on the 20th. So we are 2 days into this swing, which is actually the exact amount of time that we had between that 64.70 that I was talking about earlier down to 51.62. It was a 20.2% drop that took 2 days to have happen. But after we had that 20% drop, we raised 25, almost 26% in a matter of 1 day. So we could see that, today would be that 20-something%, and then tomorrow we'd gain back that and then some. So we could see, let's say we drop today a total of 36, that 22.6%, and then well, let's just go 37 because I think that's a better number. 37 would be 20.4%. We could drop down to 37 and then have a rebound up to of 25% on 37. Would put us at 46.25, which would be just slightly underneath what we fell by. I gotta let my dog out. He's telling me it's time to go. Let me be right back, and I'll let him out real quick. Start having to call this channel the AMC and Food Network. Last night we made oh yeah, I'll get to the cinnamon part in just a second. But last night we made chicken fried steak, potatoes, corn, and I made homemade white gravy. And oh, so good last night. I helped my wife make the and mashed. Did I say mashed potatoes? Mashed potatoes, yeah. So I helped her make the mashed potatoes, the gravy, and she made the steak. And so good, so good. What is up with the obsession with cinnamon? Have you had cinnamon and sugar? Because I mean, I don't, I don't. If you don't like cinnamon and sugar, I don't know. There's something wrong with you. I mean, straight up cinnamon. I get it. You know, I see what you're saying. Like, straight up cinnamon's kind of like weird. Uh, or maybe it is what you're talking about. Could have to do with like the cinnamon challenge or whatever. But um, I think cinnamon is a wonderful spice. It can be used in so many different ways. But honestly, I think we have more of an obsession with salt than we do than we do with cinnamon. I can't tell you how much salt I put on everything, and it's probably the worst thing for me ever. Cinnamon. If I ate cinnamon in the quantities that I ate salt, I would know that I had a problem. I would begin to realize my issues with salt. And it's not just like just regular salt. I have this addiction with specifically sea salt. There's something about sea salt that is just so tasty and delicious on your food. Um, and then I tried the Mediterranean sea salt, which is all right. I don't I don't really get what the point is on that one. I don't really see the huge taste benefits on it, but it's good. So we're having a little bit of a price run up here, trying to get back to that $40 range. We have a George WWW. This is the www.com increase in price. $33.6 million shares traded at 9:30 an hour, just a little over an hour worth of trading. Let's see how those options are coming along here. Probably filling up pretty quick. 40 still the high point, but we're getting a runner up at $38. 7.9 up from 5.5. And on the call options, that's actually increasing quite a bit, but it's actually got a runner up at $45. But anyways, we're at 12.4. So options are unbalanced again as far as puts versus calls. Weighing more in the call favor. The market was declining earlier. Let's see if that continues to be the case. 4,536 decliners to 1,825 advancers. We should be seeing positive gains today. These numbers here indicate to me that we shouldn't be in the negative right now. The struggle is real. We have a lower amount of inflow than outflow, so that does kind of attribute as to why we're down in price, but I don't know. We should have a little bit of a reversal here. Listen to this. AMC dark pool trades reported for AMC have accounted for 73% of the total volume today. So far, this was I don't says it was captured at 10 a.m. Eastern time, which would be 40 minutes ago. Yeah, I mean, this is just silly. I don't. So here's where I want to complain. I want to complain and say that the SEC is not doing their job. Yeah. All right, so I want to complain that the SEC is not doing their job and that they're allowing major market manipulation to happen. But I want to make a very important distinction here on what I'm seeing. I specifically myself, before we ever got up to this price, when I first bought into this at like $14, and then bought more when it was down at like $7 or $6. I had said to myself that in the worst case scenario, that this stock was probably worth somewhere in the range of $25 to $35. So, if I were the SEC and I was looking at what was going on with the price right now, from the perspective of is this an overvalued stock? I would say yes at its current price, and it would turn off warning flags because the whole job of hedge funds is to help to control stocks from getting out of control in price increases, right? It's to put, what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of the doggone word. It's a way to control the prices to fair values, or what they should be. And so, do I think that from the SEC's perspective that what is happening right now is unjustified? Probably not, because based on the technicals, if you look at the technicals of the company and where the share price should be, it probably should be more towards somewhere around $25, maybe even lower. Cinemark's running at 16.33 right now. They've been on a decline for a while. If you look at like the last year, they've been as high as 27.85, and that's where I think that I would say that it's probably fair to say that we should be worth about $25 right now. So if you were the SEC and you were looking at the price of this stock, I think you would have to say, okay, well, it's still trading higher than what it should be. Why are we needing to get involved in this? The hedge funds are doing what they need to do to drive the price to where it should be. But the problem is that they're not recognizing the fact that there's a lot of manipulation happening in order for this to happen. So this is why we're fighting an alone fight. Because they're not going to look at this. They're not going to look at this as an issue until it becomes something that's blown up too far in either direction. So if this stock price, as an example, were to drop down to $10, just throwing out a random number, but if the stock price were to drop down to $10, I think the SEC would jump in. They would say like, hey, whoa, what's going on here? Why are you guys manipulating the price so much? Like this stock is well worth more than $10. They've got increased sales revenue. They're picking up movie theaters. Their price per earning is a good value at a very good value at $10 a share. None of this stuff should be happening. What are you guys doing here? And it would be drawing up all kinds of red flags. So they can't possibly get this this stock to get down to those kind of values without drawing red flags and having the kind of manipulation that it's having. So it would also raise red flags if it got to a point to where it's at like, $70, $80, $90, right? And at which case that's when we start having after a squeeze. The squeeze happens, and then next thing you know, the House committee, the House, I'm just drawing blanks on names. The financial committee in the House would call all kinds of investigative things, hearings in order to have people come and testify about, how did this happen? How did you get to the point to where this stock was manipulated to the point to where all kinds of things, happened that shouldn't have happened, and that's the reverse side to this. Okay, so the SEC is not going to jump in until we get too far down low that it shouldn't be possible that it's doing what it's doing, and the House Financial Committee will never get in and start questioning people about why it got to the point to where it got to the squeeze until after a squeeze is done. So why are we out here swimming on our own in these waters, not getting any help? It's because it's in no man's land. It's doing what the market's built to do. Sadly. But that does certainly mean that we can just sit here, buy, hold, and wait for them to lose all of their money and get margin called. We have a little bit of a wall forming at $38. 8,000 share wall sitting there at $38. Looks like we're testing it. It's taking some hits. Looks like it's building back up more. The wall's holding. Took about a 500 share hit right there. And it's gone. And there's massive amounts yep. They just basically said, no, we're driving this price down lower. And the fighting stopped. And so they're gonna. I think the bid side is yielding to the ask side, and we are going to drop this price a little bit lower than 38. So you said that you used to get U.S. MREs. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Being in a military family, my parents held I think it was my 10th birthday party, 10-year birthday party, and I had a military birthday party where they got MREs for everybody, and the whole thing was just stemmed around like a GI Joe kind of military birthday party. It was kind of cool. So we so we ate MREs as part of the birthday party. You know, as an adult, I laugh at that, but as a kid, we thought that was so cool. Um, there was so many things in it that had cinnamon taste. Think I can. The only thing I can think of was 2 to 3 places where it's used here, and most of it are baked goods. Yeah, like it. I would say so. Here it is, right? Like, your troops are fighting in the field, and you want to kind of give them like some sense of level of comfort, right? Like something that kind of takes the edge off. And over here in the United States, I would say cinnamon is kind of a it's probably not highly as used as you would think. Like I can't think of any meals that I just eat off top of my head that have cinnamon in them. So you know, having like a an apple fritter with cinnamon or something like that in it. I mean, it would probably kind of bring comfort to troops, being able to eat things that had cinnamon, and it kind of helps take away from like the probably the terrible taste of the food. Mask some of the probably the crap that's in there. Short share interest is at 14.76. 2.6 million shares borrowed, which is actually down about 220,000. It's so funny that we fought that $38 battle just a minute ago, and then now here we are right back above it again. So 37.90 brings us to 18 points. So this low point of 37.90 brings us to 18.5% down from our previous high of 46.50, which puts us, you know, a little bit closer to that 20% that I've been talking about. That man-made. Uh, I, I don't know. I'm so torn between calling it man-made and artificial, because it's artificial in the sense that it's algorithms that are being used to drive algorithms and bots that are being used to drive the price down, but those are made by men, by people with formulas and psychological testing over time as to what works against investors. So it's a manipulation. But anyways, this man-made manipulation to try and get the price down 20% to create paper hands is getting really close. Once we do see it break that 20% mark, it could have a range somewhere between 20 to 25%. We don't really know how far down it will go, but when it does hit that, there will be a reversal. The only way that there wouldn't be a reversal is if there was an actual generated sell-off by retail investors, in which case you could see up to a 40% decrease in price. That's kind of based on the modeling that I did with GME. When you see anything larger than that 20 to 25% decrease, that's an actual real sell-off. And so yeah, so when we saw the price dropped from 49.79 to 31.10, there was a real sell-off there. We definitely lost investors during that period of time because it was a 37.5% drop. That was between the 8th and the 15th of this month. But since then, we've had a 21.9% drop, and then now this 18.5%, which you know could continue to go further down. But not a whole lot of. I'm not seeing a whole lot of investors leaving right now. And we can check Fidelity and see. Let's pull Fidelity up. Yeah, it's still 56.44 on Fidelity. That's the same thing it was earlier. So either it hasn't updated or the ratio is still the same. I'll be right back. I'll let my dog in. Okay, so one of the gentlemen one of the apes that I reached out to talk to on the show about kind of why they're tracking what they're tracking, and um, maybe just kind of their history in dealing with the stock price and where it's going and what's happening with it. I just responded back to me again, so we'll see if we can get him on here. In the meantime, I'm going to ask somebody else if they would like to come on the show real quickly here. What is the deal? Oh, my phone is disconnected. I'm the one who's not receiving texts. Okay. I'm gonna have to reboot my phone. I thought I was trying to text people this morning and that they were not the ones answering, but apparently the only people I was able to get through to are the ones who are using Apple because my Wi-Fi is still working on my phone, but not my account for cellular data. So we've fallen quite nicely into that that path that I was talking about earlier this morning. This is the path that I had mentioned earlier that I really felt this is the pathway they were going to take us on to get us down to around $36 by I think it was like 1300. Yeah, basically 1 o'clock my time. I think that's my time. What time is this now? 11:02. Okay, so no, Eastern time, Standard Time. And then we would probably hit this like $36.15 level of support, bounce off that, and really start to skyrocket back up to maybe the $40 range again. So we're in that pathway now. We'll see if that's where we continue to head towards. Duncan, the person I am trying to maybe get onto the show, might have an answer for you as to why those MREs have cinnamon in them. Like a legitimate answer. My guess, my best guess is not only is it a comfort thing for troops, excuse me, because that's kind of a treat over here. Anything that has cinnamon would be considered a treat. But it would also be because it masks the flavor of crappy stuff. Nice George W. Foreman here. All right, let's see. Let's see if I got my cellular data back. Looks like I do. Sweet, I can send out all these text messages that I had not sent. Okay, so let's, and it's funny because now that I fixed my phone, I got all these text messages. 38 to 41 was the price range that Eric wanted. 38 to 41. So I have to apologize, Duncan. I will move you over to John's. But I'm going to honor his 38 to 41 because he put that in much earlier today. I'm gonna write down those numbers that you had in there though. Okay, let's get him in here. Price prediction for Eric was 38 to 41. Okay, so he's in. I've got some other messages. You know, it's funny you should say that, Duncan, because I think that's actually what he's been going off of a lot lately. Let's see here. I still haven't heard back from John. Let me try this other. You know, it's costing him. It's costing him to try and push this price down. It really is. It ain't cheap. Short share interest is up to 14.76. 2.6 million shares traded. That's still the same. Options. It looks like it's switched. It's no longer 40 for the puts. It's now 38. So they've kind of they're averaging down now. So we have a little bit of a spread, and it's the strength is at 10.7 thousand options set up, and still 40 at 19.1, up from 12.4 for 40 to 19.1. So again, an unbalanced level of strength for 40 over 38. In my mind, that technically probably means it will hit somewhere close to around 38 at some point, and the price will probably end up driving back up again. And I say under 38, and I believe we're already under 38, aren't we? Nope, just almost. Yeah, again, I think they try to drive this down to 36 by 1 o'clock, and then after 1 o'clock, we'll see a different story for the end of the day today. I don't know how much recovery we can get, but or it could stall out. It could stall out from here onto the rest of the day. We had about an hour and a half's worth of trading, a little over an hour and a half worth of trading with 43 million shares traded. My guesstimate was 80 to 100 million. We might be right on track for that volume prediction. A stall out now. Yeah, a stall out now would definitely put us in that range. Let me just do some maths. Yeah. So what I like to see is 1 minute candles of 250,000 or more. And that puts us on a pace, you know, if you average that for the day, it puts you on a pace for 97.5 million shares. So roughly 100 million shares for the day. As it stands right now, I don't think we're quite on that pace. because there's some low volumes in here. Maybe it's close. It's very, very close. Volume would need to kind of remain where it's at for the rest of the day. So we could see it flatten out. Let's see here. I sure hope John's okay. I still haven't heard back from him. And in case I haven't said it because I can't recall, but congratulations to John for yesterday's tally point that he got. I gotta change Eric's sign. $14.87 short share interest with 3.28 million shares loaned, which is up. Oh, check this out. What the heck is an NP? I've never seen this before. Check this out. Let's see here. So this is new. This FCFMX Fidelity Series Total Market Index Fund. It looks like Fidelity bought for a fund 344,589 shares at 1706. It says source NP. I'm not sure what NP particularly means. Oh, this was back in 5/31. This is not last month. This was 2 months ago. So that's how they got the average share price of 1706. Oh, good for Fidelity, making their customers some money. It's a lot of shares. Citadel is working about as hard as they usually do. They're not working overtime right now, or over like more at a higher level of people at their site, so they're running business as usual right at this moment. As far as news on the webs, pretty much motley fool, talking crap. Yep, motley fool, the fool. I can't believe that that there's 73% traded at 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time on the dark pools. It's just so high. Uh, that's just so high. Okay, so we're actually approaching the bottom side of that channel. I would be surprised if that continues. Although our only wall of support is at 37.17. There should be some positive buying points right now. This is definitely a good entry point. Not for me at this time. What was our last high? Our last high was 46.50. Actually, it's getting close. Dang it. They're making me buy more. Do I think 36 is going to be the bottom? Because technically speaking, 37.2 would be 20%. Okay, guys, I'm going to take my break a little bit early today. It's 10:20. I will be back by 11. So I will see you guys shortly. It looks like we're doing pretty well right now. I know that sounds so odd to say when it's going down in price, but I have faith. I have faith in the process. I have faith in all the apes. It does look like, no, it doesn't look like they've borrowed more shares. Yeah, they just slightly returned a few. Good luck to us in the next 40 minutes, and I'll see you guys shortly. I'll be back in about 40 minutes. looks like we've had some improvements. Let's see what we got. So we had a nice breakout of that little path there. However, just off of just looking at this right now, what do we see? Head and shoulders. That's going to be a bearish signal to push back down. Duncan, if you're on and listening, let me know. I have a response for you. So, I don't really see a whole lot of change in shares borrowed, but let's see what is actually being reported on Vortex. Vortex is showing 14.74% short share interest with 2.43 million shares borrowed. So that is down from 3.28 to 2.43. So a little less than a million. I hadn't looked at this stat earlier today. I don't know why I hadn't, because this is my favorite one. From day over day, it was at 38.67 and went up to 39.3. If we see this build back up again and then have another drop or another dip in it, it could indicate another price hike coming within a period of time, 7 to 15 days. Let's see, what else do we got? The market as a whole is a whole. How is the market doing as a whole? We have 1,771 advancers over 4,734 decliners. So the market in general is having a down day today. It's fractional right now, not too huge, but it is definitely down for the day. We have a buy wall at 37.50. And Citadel currently working as hard as they normally do. Our news media out there does not have any new news coverage. That's not true. Bloomberg has something out. Let's see if I can actually read it. It might block me. All right, let's see what happens. AMC gets low priced tag and new ETF hit by indexing quirk. The biggest holding in Direxion's new budget stock fund is one of the most famously expensive shares in the country. A quirk of indexing means AMC Entertainment Holdings, currently pricier than about 90% of the S&P 500 members, has yet to exit the gauge of cheap shares tracked by the exchange-traded fund. As a result, the movie theater operator and Reddit favorite accounts for almost 7% of Direxion's low-price stock ETF in its first day of trading on Thursday. While the product targets companies with a share price between 2 and 5, AMC closed Wednesday at 40.78. The paradox is the latest headache spurred by Wall Street's unprecedented indexing boom. As more cash tracks, benchmarks, and market swings turn extreme, these slow-moving instruments can leave investors exposed to companies that no longer reflect their aims. Most indexes rebalance every quarter or semi-annually. In the case of LOPX, which follows the Solactive 2 Bucks index, the next quarterly rebalance is due in August, at which time AMC will almost certainly be dropped. We're going to sell it, Dave Mazza, head of product at Direxion, said by phone, and hopefully we'll buy another company that could have that same potential. The Solactive 2 Bucks index went live in April, but historical data shows AMC would have entered the gauge about a year ago, when its shares were trading around $4. The company has surged more than 1,800% in 2021 amid the mania surrounding so-called meme stocks, which enjoy the support of an army of online retail traders. The crowd is primarily a target for the new fund, according to Mazza. While AMC's presence makes for an unusual start, it's a reminder that the ETF could well capture future Reddit-fueled rallies. This is a very interesting time in the market on multiple levels, Mazza said. Some of the newer investors have been accustomed to only having outsized returns. LOPX's other holdings look more in keeping with the goals. Both trading at less than $4 a share are among them. The fund carries a 0.5% fee. Okay, so that would be, I guess, an institutional investor saying that they plan on dropping the stock by August. LOPX, let's look that up. Let's see what kind of hit piece this is. So what I'm going to look for is what do they own? Why am I having such a hard time? Wait, this can't be right. I mean, all right, let me try this a different way. I don't understand this. I don't understand what I'm seeing. LPX, Fintel. No. Yeah, why not? I know that's what I was already looking at, but I just want to see. I'll look up SEC filings in a minute. So how's this different than what I was looking at? Oh, this is LHX. This is not LOPEX. LOPX SEC filings. Who the heck is this? Okay, let's be clear about something. Let's be very clear about something here. No thanks. Who do I have? One person listening. This is great. All right. Let's look at this real quick. So, news article from Bloomberg, right, says this investment fund, LOPX, right here, ticker LOPX. It's an ETF, a low price stock ETF. They target stocks that are between $2 and $5, and they're saying that they're selling in August. They're saying AMC is no longer in their, kind of what they look for to buy, right? But if you come over here to Market Beat, right, and you check out the LOPX stock, what do we find for information for that? It's a low price stock, like it said. They manage $5 million. That's it. Their average daily volume is 0. Their discount premium is 0. Their management fees are 0. Other expenses are 0. Everything's zeros. Who are they? And why are they gaining any traction whatsoever? What is going on here? I mean, even when I do LOPX SEC filings, I'm like getting nothing. Their top 10 holdings are not available. What the heck? How about no? This is so weird, guys. This fund's like a nobody, or is, or was, or will always be a nobody. I don't know what this is. This is a hit piece. I don't get this. I don't get this at all. So Bloomberg's making a report. They're filing a this is absolutely ridiculous. Uh, this 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 journalist needs to be flogged ridiculously. I'm finding out the source of this. I'm writing something to this person personally. This is absolutely nuts. You can't post a story like that, a hit piece like that, and not get some kind of repercussions for that. That is absolutely ridiculous, especially Bloomberg. It looks like they retracted it. I can't even pull it now. That yeah, I'm blowing this person up. Cameron Leach. putting this on the page. Okay, so AMC gets low price tag and new ETF hit by indexing quirk. Cameron Leach is the author of this, and I am going to blow the crap out of this up. This is ridiculous. This reporting is absolutely atrocious. They're reporting on LOPX, a ETF. Oh, that's COPX. They're reporting on an ETF that's like not even really in existence. All right, I'm going to Bloomberg's website and I'm going to blow them up. Okay, I am contacting him at letters@bloomberg.net. Subject article written by Cameron Leach, titled AMC gets low priced tag and new ETF hit by indexing quirk. Okay, so I'm going to put the article written by Cameron Leach, which can be found here, and then I'm going to post the link to it. Has the level of credible journalism is at its lowest when reporters fail to investigate sources to their news pieces, news articles. The ETF LOP, what was LOP what? LOP, oh, come back please. Where did you go? Oh, where did I put it? LOPX, LOP, yeah, LOPX. The ETF LOPX referred to in this article does not seem to be related to AMC in any terms possible, and this reporting is trash in the least, or at best. Hold on a second, guys. All right, so before I send this email, we're just going to check a few more things real quick. All right, so let's look up LOPX ETF Fintel. SEC. How about holdings? Remember, this is a $5 million traded ETF. That's how much they have. This report, as of 6/30/2021, shows top 10% holdings. Top 10 holdings percentage, so 9.55% of their holdings. I love how this page is created conveniently today. Guys, this is a total setup. This is ridiculous. Inception date is today. Is that possible? Wait a minute. Wait. I'm so confused. So was this created today? I mean, this is their own website. Guys, this is too much. This is too much. Look at their listings. They don't have anything. No monthlies, no quarterlies. They just it's a brand new ETF. Wow, this just blows my mind. It blows my mind. Okay, here's what I'm sending. This is, why can't I drag this? Okay, I can't drag and show this, but actually I can just copy it. Okay, so this is what I'm sending to Bloomberg. To whom it may concern, the article written by Cameron Leach, which can be found, and then I gave the article web address. The level of credible journalism is at its lowest. I'll fix that. Is at its lowest when reporters fail to investigate sources to their news articles. The ETF Lopex referred to in this article does not seem to be related to AMC in any terms possible, and this reporting is trash at best. Please do the journalistic community a favor and have more credibility before posting articles. Sincerely, a retail investor. Trash. Total, complete trash. There's information floating out about right now about this just makes me so angry to see such trash posted on the internet like that. So there's rumors right now that Fidelity is down and that trades cannot be made. I just want to say specifically that I know that I made a trade at back here at about 11:26 Eastern Standard Time. One second here. So John's having problems with his poor dog. So here's the deal. Let's check out Fidelity. Let's see what's happening. We did have the Head and Shoulders drop in price. Looks like we're kind of recovering back from that. I kind of been stuck on this side piece here with this fraudulent journalist posting. Absolutely atrocious that they would put a piece out like that, and it looks like other news sources are picking up on it as well. Let's look at Fidelity. Let's see what's happening. So I'm going to refresh. It's saying that my session timed out, so I'm logging in. I logged in. I am hitting the trade button. It's showing up as a trade there. I am typing in AMC. I'm going to buy. I'm going to put one share in and limit order, limit price, just as a test. We'll put a price in there so that it doesn't actually take, but I will put the trade in. So we'll say it's just 37.2, and it won't actually take, but it will place the order by doing the limit order. So preview order, and let me preview the order, place order. The order has been placed. If I go to my activity and orders page, I do not yet see it there. I'm refreshing. Still not there. Okay, so I'm going to refresh one more time and see what happens. Still nothing. I still don't see the order, so I placed the order, but I do not see the order there. Let me go to orders because I'm on history, so it probably is why. Yep, okay, so my order does show up. My order is there. I'm going to cancel it. It says it's an open order still. Attempt to cancel. And my order has been canceled. So I am not seeing any issues. There may have been a period of time where they were down, but everything appears to be fine to me right now. So I can say from my end, working from a PC, I am not having any issues. If people are placing orders through their phones, that may be a different story. But through my PC, I'm not having any indications of Fidelity being down for orders. I'm not denying the fact that there may have been a short period of time where they may have been down for orders. That could be a possibility. So, you know, and I'm seeing again here, people are saying Fidelity back working. This is just a kill switch test. Um, you know, some people do think that there's possibilities that there's kill switches that they have out there to try and prevent people from buying shares as needed. You know, I'm not going to argue one way or the other on that. Possibly, maybe not. Tinfoil hat. You know, you're always nobody nobody tells you who you have to trade through. There's definitely more than one good solution to trading through brokers. If you feel like you're at risk, maybe it's a time, and you're buying more shares. Maybe it's a time to open up multiple accounts, have some in one broker versus another broker. Maybe not having all of your money tied up in one broker would be a good idea. You don't want to be in a position to where you have all your eggs in one basket. That's probably always good advice. Um, I know I do. I have all my eggs in one basket. I do have 5 shares on, you know, full disclosure. I have 5 shares of AMC on Webull. I had originally I had paid the $300 to get into Webull to get the level 2 order book status free for 3 months, and so I transferred that money in, and I spent some of it on options because I kind of wanted to play around with options on AMC and lost my ass on it, and it was some important things that I didn't know about trading options that would have been really helpful to have known in advance. But it was a good learning experience. But I ended up making my money back on some cryptocurrency. Um, I was trading cryptocurrency. I was swing trading cryptocurrency, and was able to make back a good portion of that money. And and then after a while, I just decided, well, now's a good time to buy more shares of AMC. So I just kind of took the money and bought 5 shares of AMC. But the rest of my stuff is Infidelity. But there are other companies out there that you can invest through that I know are on lists out there that are good. Um, I'm going to spend a minute, guys, a hot minute, working on posting a post. Um, I have too many things happening all at once right now. My mind is like completely swamped. Where do I want to go first here? I need to post about this Lopex. This is absolutely crazy. Um, okay. We are going to find this article. I'm going to post this first. A link. Okay. Let's post up their articles. We'll go back to my inbox. Sent. Okay. Okay, I just posted the article. If you want to look me up on Reddit, I'm coldsteel_bop, and I went ahead and posted. And yet another hit piece by mainstream media. Bloomberg was the first article, but the same story is running on other news platforms. I posted the just take a look at the ETF for yourself, the integrative journalism at its finest, and then I posted the Bloomberg article as well. Ridiculous. Absolute insanity. Okay, so Reddit is currently posting that we're having a ton of outages right now across multiple banks, brokerages. Let me check it out. So worldwide DNS issues. This is being reported from, and it was kind of odd that I had my phone had some weird outages this morning myself. Like I didn't even realize for a long time that my phone was just not getting text. It had no cellular data whatsoever. It was working fine through Wi-Fi, but that was about it. Um, let's see here. So this is being reported. Several major websites briefly go down in widespread internet outage. Several major websites briefly went down on Thursday in a widespread outage linked to content distribution network Akamai. By about 12:50 p.m. Eastern Time, Akamai said it fixed the issues and the service seemed to be back to normal. Akamai, a CDN which helps data move around the internet, said on its website earlier on Thursday that it was investigating an emerging issue with the Edge DNS server. Oracle, a cloud service provider, had also pointed to Akamai um, or Akami. Let's call Akamai as the source of the issue, which impacted some Oracle Cloud properties, but Oracle said resources within its own cloud service are not impacted by the incident. The domain name system, or the DNS, is like a phone book for websites. The technology figures out the right IP addresses to use when the people try to go to individual websites. The Edge DNS server from Akamai, I'm just gonna, I don't know how to call it, Akamai, takes care of this work for apps and websites and protects against distributed denial of service or DDoS attacks. So, a lot of people are of course, keep putting on their tinfoil hats right now and saying, oh, this is the test, this is the test, this is how they're going to, see how they can disrupt the trading system by having these DDoS attacks. Delta Airlines, British Airways, Capital One, GoDaddy, Vanguard, UPS, LastPass, AT&T, and Costco were among some of the websites loading slowly or showing DNS failure Thursday early afternoon. Also Fidelity, apparently. The outage meant airline customers impacted by the outage were briefly prevented from checking in for flights or looking up fares online, meaning they would have to check in at the airport. So tinfoil hats off. There was actually an attack to something that happened, but they're not quite sure what. John is putting in his prediction for the day. I'm gonna go ahead and change that for him. He's got it rough this morning. 3740 to 4040 is what John's got. 3740 to 4040. Let's see. 37.40 to 44.40. Okay, so let's see. Where I gotta move his other price point of 37.4 to the other one is 40.4. Duncan, I'm keeping yours up there. It's on my notes. So 44.6 to 47.6. Well, I'm just gonna keep it there, written on my notes. The reward for Duncan will be an MRE with nothing but cinnamon in it, which I haven't seen Duncan back, so I can't talk to him about it. It looks like they borrowed another 50,000 shares off the market. According to SSI, it is 14.6% with 1.55 million shares borrowed, which is down from 2.43. A lot of crosstalk on the internet about dark pools being up in the 70 percentile for volume traded for the day. Because currently, right now, we're only at 66 million volume after 3.5 hours of trading. We're past the halfway point for the day, which, you know, if we continued on this rate, we would see 120 million-ish by the end of the day today, which is definitely higher than what I had said. I said 100 tops, but we'll see what ends up happening. I would love to get, I know this sounds so bad, but I would love to get, is it Anonymous? involved in kind of doing some of their own research on what's going on? I know we shouldn't be trying to align with internet hackers, but I kind of would like to know what it is they could find. I must have bought like just before everything went down, because I did I hit the dip about 5 cents shy of the bottom there. So that was a very interesting dip that they should pick 37.15, because $37.15 happens to be 20.1% of a down price from 46.50, which is again is that man-made drop, or what's the word I'm looking for? I'm gonna write this down. I swear to you. I'm gonna come up with a term. We're gonna call it. Let's call it. Synthetic. Boy, this pen can't write. Oh, that pen's toast. Synthetic price failures. Synthetic price failures. New term. Okay, so every time we see one of these synthetic price failures, it's basically when the hedge funds are using their algorithms in their computers to try and drop the price to get investors to paper hand their shares. And so that's what we're going to call it. I've written it down now, SPF. It's just like your protection. That's their protection. That's when the hedge funds use their SPF, their synthetic price failures, to drop the price to 20% decrease from a previous high. And that previous high for us was $46.50. And they dropped it down to $37.15, which was a 20.1% drop in price. Typically speaking, when we see those and we see a rebound of at least 5% from that, then we should be in a level of correction. So if I were to say, like right now, since we hit 37.15, the highest we've hit was 38.64. So let's see if it's within that 5%. Nope, that's only 4%. We would need $39 even would get us to 5%. So we could see this swing back around. But typically speaking, though, if we got up to about $39, we should see a continuation in the increase of for an increase in price up to give or take 12% at the very minimum. It could be more, it could be less, but somewhere around there. Very typical stuff. I'm getting blown up now on Reddit. Let me go to my email. They're saying the link is no longer working, and it's because I'm sure they've pulled that article, especially after how blatantly wrong and erroneous that erroneous, is that the right word? Error filled that post was. Absolutely ridiculous. That person should get heavily. Absolutely ridiculous. I can't believe. I just can't believe that they would post an article like that on the media for everybody to see, and it'd be so blatantly wrong. The journalistic integrity is just horrendous. It's like they just got somebody sent somebody a piece of information and said, "Oh, hey, go print this," and then they just put it up and never even looked into it. Guys, I worry about our country, man. I worry about our country. No integrity in people's work anymore. They don't take pride in the work that they put out. It has turned into a copy and paste kind of world. Okay, so we're approaching that $39 mark that I was talking about. That would be a 5% increase from the low of 37.15. That was a synthetic price failure. That's what we're calling it from now on. Synthetic price. I'm writing it down in the chat. From now on, we call 20% drops in price synthetic price failure. And simply what that is it's short ladder attacks. Short ladder attacks to induce paper hands into selling shares. The way that you can tell a difference between a short ladder attack and a real loss in investors to the market, which it does happen. Right? Like we legitimately do have people who are selling shares, but the way you can tell the difference is when it's a value that's larger than 20% 20 to 22% probably drop in price. So when you see something larger like 37% drop in price, that's paper hands. And and it happens. That's just it's the nature of people when they're invested in stocks. They get emotional and they sell, and that's just the way it's going. It will always be that way. There will always be people who buy into something and get cold feet and walk away. But I think that if you're informed and you know what's going on, you stand a much better chance of being able to hold through some of this stuff and being able to make large gains in the end. Well, I'm looking at the options now, pulling these up real quick here. Let's get a feeling for where we're looking at right now at options. It looks like the calls are still strong at 36,000. Last time I updated it was 19,000, so we've actually gotten a lot stronger on those call options for $40. No real close runner up to that. That is pretty definitive on the 40 bucks. On the put side, we've got 38, which is what it was before. Before it was 10.7 at 38. Now it's 19.7, so that's gone up about 9,000 options. So we're looking at a spread of 38 to 40 for options that close tomorrow or expire tomorrow, however you choose to express that. Short share interest is at 14.57% with 1.35 million shares loaned, which is down ever so slightly from 1.55 to 1.35, so 200,000 shares loaned back. It's funny. I am getting. I'm being told that I'm getting Reddit posts or comments on my post that I put up, and let me give you an idea of what's being filtered, because not everything's making it. As an example, one of them says the headline might make it seem like a hit piece, but I don't think it was. The article focuses on how when it was put on the fund, AMC was in the low range. The fund is meant to invest in $2 to $4 range, and then there's more there, but I can't see the rest. Because it was removed. And the reason for that is AMC doesn't allow, AMC stock doesn't allow people to post things that are for users who have less karma than they need to have in order to post. And I'll give you an example. So this person, I said yet another hit piece on the mainstream media, right? And they disagree with me. So you go to their next comment. It says hedgies manipulating the price of AMC, and they said, unfortunately, I have to disagree. I personally had to convince 4 friends not to sell last week. Next one, regarding the historical high price penalty again. I don't know. I mean, I can't say for certain that this person is a shill, but based on their comments, it almost seems like they might be. They're borderline. the markets in general. Let's see how they're doing. Maybe a slight recovery coming. Yep. There's now 2,047 advancers to 4,466 decliners. So the market's starting to kind of swing back. It's still a 2-to-1 ratio on people who are declining in price. You can see the market's almost breaking even, except for the Nasdaq. Nasdaq's up 0.27%, but the Dow Jones and the S&P 500 are pretty close to breaking even. Yes, I still see a lot of people posting that 71% of the trades today are in the dark pools. Yesterday, I had estimated that we would see the dark pool trades in the 70 percentile range, and it only ended up being 67.1%, which was 1.1% higher than the previous day. I was highly surprised by that, but the fact that we're trading even more and into the 70 percentiles today may be a continuation of what I was seeing from yesterday, and yeah, that is big news. That's a huge percentage of our total trades going through the dark pools. Massive. We are currently down 5.6% for the day. We have more outflow, 655 outflow to 642 inflow. Not a whole lot of strength on the sell side or on the ask side. But, you know, can't say the same for buying side either. But we are moving up and over the VWAP for the day today. So I was estimating a reversal on the day at about 1 o'clock. It's only 12:30. Oh, actually, it's 1:30. I'm sorry. I was thinking 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So we are about a half hour, 25 minutes late into that rally, unless we count this back here where it really first started rallying, which would have been 12:27. So I'm either a half hour later, a half hour early, one of the two. Or we could just call it right in the middle and say I was just right about right. Depending on how you want to look at it. But I was thinking that we would see a rally to, I think it was 41, starting at about 1 o'clock. RSI on the 30-minute interval is low, 41.18. So we definitely have some room to move up. On the 5-minute interval, it is at 61.1, so it's a little bit higher. Okay, so we're currently still moving up from the level of support at 38.24. The next test would be 39.53. The number that we really wanted to stay over today in order to show a fair amount of growth would have been $40.57. So we've got a little bit of a ways to go to get there. Volume is starting to pick back up again. It's a very noticeable increase at about 1325. So this is good. We're starting to move in the right direction. And my price prediction for the day has just moved into the realm of possibilities. The only person, the highest level of prediction for prices today was me at 42.25. But we kind of overlapped. John, Eric, and myself all kind of overlapped for our price predictions for today. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out. And I forgot to get rid of that message. If we get up to that 39.53 range, so we just broke 39, which is good. If we get to that 39.53 range, I would imagine that we'll see options maybe change again, maybe even 40. But let's check them out real quick here. I'll just refresh on the other screen. Okay, so I'll drag that over and we can take a look at them real quick. We got 20.6 at 38. That's up slightly. We were at 36,000 and it's now 37.7 for the calls. So a little bit of change there. These are still unbalanced, meaning that there's a little heavier pull towards 40 than there is 38 for the end of the day today. Well, actually, it would be their closing for tomorrow. Let's see. We are at about a 4% loss on the day. GME is at 2.6% loss for the day. And our competitor Cinemark is down 3.67. So we're kind of getting back into the territory of a similar decrease in price for the day as Cinemark. I think we should always be doing at least as good as, if not better than them. We should see our inflow starting to surpass the outflow based on our current runnings. It's catching up. It's real close, 677 to 684. John, where did John come in at? Did he come in at neutral? Open today was 39.96. Yeah, he came in as being neutral. So we're all neutral actually. All three of us are neutral. The $39 mark that I was talking about was a reversal in price increase. So $39 puts us at a 5% increase from our last low, which was $37.15. So we broke past that point up to $39.30, but we're starting to drop a little bit again. Looks like they borrowed another 50,000 shares. Oh, interesting. Well, this is, can't say I've seen this before, but estimated short share interest of the free float's not reporting right now in Fintel. Very interesting. Why would that be? I do not know. I'll be right back 1 second. Wave, you guys are on camera. They go running. Let's see, what else can we look at, guys? AMC will check Fintel to see if it's got any new data on there. Nothing at this point. So it's kind of going pretty slow. 74 million shares traded. It's kind of slow movement right now. Kind of an upwards stair-stepping trend, which is kind of bottomed out a little bit. I'm looking for a very specific trend here, and if this continued up to get to, like, say $41 on, say, like a 5-minute, no, let's go with 30-minute. On a 30-minute scale, you know what that would end up looking like? Back up to here, you would end up having yourself a nice cup, and then if it went back down, you'd have a cup and handle, and then in the aftermarket hours, we would see it rocket. So let's watch and see what happens. You can see volume kind of falling off again. So we had that nice peak at about 1325. Nice peak up, and then it kind of fell off and is kind of stabilizing a little bit higher. In the 250 range is what we need to see. It's just slightly lower than that 250. So we need just a tad bit more volume. Pump up the volume. Pump up the volume. Weeble wants me to refer a friend. I think you should do what you want to do. Well, I'm thinking about taking an early break. There's really not a whole lot going on. It's not terribly exciting at this moment. So I might walk away for a little bit and practice a little bit of reliquifying and some little R&R. Just kind of hang out for a little bit. Do something that's fun. I don't know, maybe play some guitar or something. I don't know. But I'm gonna walk away for a little bit because there's really just, this is kind of one of those times where it's just let's just watch the numbers go by. But reach out, chat if you want. If you want to say something or ask for some data, let me know. I'll pull it up. I'll come back. I'll watch the chat on the side. So I'll come back in a little while, maybe 1:30ish, around that time, and then spend the last hour and a half with you guys for the day. So I'll see you guys back at about 1:30. Oh no, you don't, you silly little price. Don't you dare start working your way back down. Oh my goodness. What are we going to do with you? Even a George W. and still decides to walk its way down. Short ladder tax. Did they borrow more shares to do this? Nope. Nope. But we'll take a look at options. $28,537 on 38. That is up from 20,000.6. 20.6 to 28.5. And on the support side, the call options of 46.5 from 37.7 to 46.5. Almost 10K in, added there. All right, so, you know, again, still a little bit of an offset there between the two, 40 to 38. So I would imagine that we'll have a late rally here for the day. If not today, definitely tomorrow. And they are still not reporting short share interest, but there's 1.21 million shares borrowed for the day, which is again down slightly, about 30,000. So they've only borrowed 1.21 million shares today. Only. You know, that cracks me up. I never even really think about that too much, but when you, in the grand scheme of things, when you've traded 81 million shares in one day and they've borrowed 1 million of that, for what? What did they borrow 1 million shares for? I mean, if we were to take that number day over day and they never actually have returned shares, I wonder if we could figure out what that number is, because it doesn't show up accurately in reporting. For example, when I look at it, they had, I think it was 3 point something million shares borrowed yesterday, but on the report here it only says 94. It basically says they returned 2 million shares. So how does that work out? I don't understand. Things that make you go, hmm. Oh. I'll tell you what, guys, today is really turning out to be probably a boring day today. I cannot wait for this to really start having some more action. More lulling us into a sense of calm, a sense of lulling us into a sense of I don't know big words. $82 million shares traded. So we're 2 million over my volume prediction for the day, which was 80 to 100 million shares. So we're looking real close. I'm not too bad on volume. It's been bad the last 2 days, but usually I'm pretty decent on volume guessing. I would say I'm going to be in the target range today. I wish I was a little better at my price predicting. I think I did better today than I have been lately. You know, we could see it rally up at $1 between now and the end of the day today, so I'm not out of the running yet. Hey, welcome back, Duncan. Oh, I got a message for you, Duncan. The message is my mom, being an ex-military member, was listening to the show earlier, and she said, actually, cinnamon is more than a comfort taste. It's known to have a lot of medicinal properties, especially the good ones. There are a lot that are not so great, and they put fillers in them. I mean, you're asking, did we time when the option reset happened? Did it just happen? Because I just checked it and I hadn't seen any reset. I would assume that you're talking about the one from earlier today. And if that's the case, I didn't actually record a time. But was there something? Did you have a feeling that there was a? I mean, we could just look at the. It was probably about the time that we went down in price. Shortly after the spike up, so probably right about 9:43 Eastern Standard Time, somewhere thereabouts. Would be my guess. I mean, we could go back in the live feed today and see when that was. No, I can't imagine that being the case. I don't think so. We could track it and see. We actually have a head and shoulders here pattern. We did follow that descending channel that I had set up earlier today, and then broke out of that. But we never did get back up into that range that I said we needed to get into to show a hard pull away from that value. But I said that we would kind of follow that channel till about 1 o'clock, which would have been about here. So we actually broke out a little bit earlier that, which was 11:35. So I'm going to go ahead and delete. Well, I'm going to leave it up till the end of the day, but I'll end up deleting it by the end of today, though. We are currently running at $37.94, just under $38. Volume, I was just saying, we've kind of been lulled into a sense of sleep almost. Volume's at 82 million. I think that's on target with where I was suggesting we would be today, somewhere between 80 and 90 or 80 and 100 million shares traded for the day. I have a feeling I'll be on, or at least very, very close to being right on that. I do suspect that we'll have a rally at the end of the day today. I'm hoping for at least $1.25 to get me in there. So, actually, it'd end up needing to be $1.50 from now. I was noticing earlier that every single day on Ortex, I'm watching these numbers up here, and every single day they're always borrowing shares. And I mean, I just rattle off numbers, but 1.21 million shares borrowed today. They've sold back or returned 4.61, but they've borrowed 5.82. So a net total of 1.21, but that's not going to be reflected in tomorrow's on loan values, because day over day it always shows, at least yesterday it showed a negative value returned, more returned than borrowed, which was not the case yesterday. So I don't even I don't even know what to make of it, honestly. If they're continuously borrowing shares, where are those shares going? You have to consider the fact that 1.2 million shares borrowed in a day seems like such a small number, but in actuality, that's a lot of shares. I would freak out if I saw that somebody sold 1 million shares. So if they bought 1 million shares, where did they get them from? They're probably just borrowed, right? They're borrowed from somebody who already has them. SSI was supposed to trigger at 36.70 today. We have not hit that value yet. We got close. 37.15, I believe, was the lowest we got. So it got pretty darn close to it. As far as inflow versus outflow, I would think that we have a larger outflow right now. We don't. We have our inflow is 776 versus $775 million. So we've had $776 million bought into this stock versus $775 million sold. Interestingly, I can't. I'm trying to refresh Citadel's Fintel screen for their SEC reporting, and every time that I do that, nothing happens. Like, I mean, it's not even refreshing. I can't click on anything. Let me get rid of that screen and try again. Yeah, so whenever I pull up Citadel on Fintel, it really kind of hangs up. Okay, so I just pulled it. It finally did pull. But I don't know if you'll notice or not, but they've had pretty regular filings throughout the month. You know, they had one on the 1st, 2nd, 6th, 8th, 9th, 12th, 16th, 19th. Nothing since the 19th, though. So that's interesting. You missed earlier, Duncan. I had there was a news article that was posted. So I was going through all the different news articles about AMC, and I don't know if you're here. I don't think you're here for it, but one of the news articles was entitled "AMC Gets Low Price Tag in New ETF Hit by Indexing Quirk," and it was a Bloomberg report. And if you just copy and paste, I'll pull it over. If you copy and paste the title and just search by that, the article shows up actually in a lot of different places. So Yahoo says it, Bloomberg has it, Wall Street Reporter has it, Flipboard has it, 198 Finance Law. I mean, there's just so many different places you can see this. This same title is popping up, right? We'll go to the AMC Yahoo one and see what it says. You know, but it was really kind of funny, so I started doing some research to kind of figure out. But they're quoting the ETF. Dave Mazza, head of the product at Direxion, said by phone. So they talked to him on the phone. They're literally suggesting that they talked to him on the phone and quoted it as saying, "We're going to sell it." They're meaning the AMC holdings that they had in this ETF. We're going to sell it, and hopefully we'll buy another company that could have that same potential. And I was like, oh, well, the other article that I was reading was saying that they were going to sell in August. So I was like, that's interesting. So let's look and see how much we can go to expect to see lost for shares, or how many shares will return if they sell their shares. But it says that they're going to sell it. So so I start looking into this company, or this ETF rather, and it goes by LOPX, right? And so you start looking into LOPX, and this is their own website, right? ETF, LOPX ETF. Let's get rid of the SEC part. So if you go straight to their own website, www.direxion.com, right? You just this kills me, man. It just absolutely kills me. It's funny. Where is it? So here's their returns as of June 30th, 2021. Nothing. Quarterly, nothing. Okay. That's interesting, right? when oh, hey, look, inception date July 22nd, 2021. So, I'm like, wait a minute. Man, I mean, you can't do that. You can't sit there and I don't know. You know, you can't create like this ETF the same day, have an owner call up some journalist and say, "Hey, we're selling all our AMC shares," and not actually even hold any, or be a company for more than a day, or I don't know. I'm trying to find these things. You know, if you look at the fund symbol, LOPX, right, and you want to look up LOPX holdings, I guess. Oh, that's their website. Hold on a second. Oh, that's not going to work for me. I'm trying to find the one that I found. What their holdings were, and if you went and looked at their holdings, there was like 0 holdings. Maybe it might have been on Fintel. I don't recall. Let me try. LHX, right? If you go to LOPX Fintel, it comes up with LHX, which is not the correct one. So you can't even find it on Fintel. LOPX. So it's not there, right? But the other thing you can do is you can go to, where's their website again? You can look up their security identifier, I think it is. So we'll look that up. Okay, that's not found. Benchmark index, possibly. That's not found. Funds. For some reason, it's not letting me. I just can't find anything on this company. It was just absolutely nutty. According to themselves, founded in 1997, the company has approximately 24.3 billion in assets under management as of March 31st, 2021. Direxion has 4 offices in the U.S. and Hong Kong from their webpage, but I don't take that for absolute truth. Yeah, I'm trying to find, like, how do we find, well, anyways, I wrote this scathing letter back to Bloomberg and was like, what the heck is up with this? Like, why are you guys reporting this stuff? Challenged them on it, and then all of a sudden, as soon as pretty close to right after I had sent the email that I had sent to him, the website disappeared, or not the website, but the article was taken down. So I don't understand where that came from. If you know, if I go back and I click on, oh, the article's still here. Here it is. Let me refresh, because earlier when I was refreshing on the article, it would pop up. Yeah, see, it pops up with this. They want you to subscribe stuff, which wasn't happening earlier. So I don't know what's up with that, but so the only way to really view the page was to by clicking on the article and then hitting stop before it could load the screen back up on there. Anyways, you know, I'm trying to find more information about this ETF, and I just can't find LOPX. You found the same paywall. Yeah, I can't find like anything on this ETF at all. And on Fintel, I would think that you would be able to look it up on Fintel. Okay, let's go about this a different way. Let's go to Fintel and look up on AMC. We should be on investors. If I go to insiders, sorry, owners and institutional owners. Oh wait, maybe it would be under ETFs. Top mutual funds. And then if I type in LOPX, no matching records. So if LOPX was a fund that owned or had AMC in it, it should show it. It says top 84 funds with AMC, so it's not even in the top 84. Oh, that's mutual funds. I'm sorry. I should have been on ETFs. Okay, LOPX. Still nothing. This is the top 31 ETFs with AMC. I just don't know where to find any information. Okay, here we go. Okay, so this is on Fintel. Okay, so this is Fintel, right? I'm looking at this. It's like I just can't. There's like no SEC filings. We can look at their. It looks like they have a 1-year prospects that they put out July 22nd. So they put out a prospects today. A 1-year prospects today, and then on 7/20. All right, they said that they bought something on June 30th, right? They said as of June 30th, but I don't see anything from June 30th in here. You know, and I opened up this 1-year prospectus earlier and looked at it, and it looked to me like it was just something that they just kind of threw together to post up on a day that they were going to have something that they were going to talk about. I mean, none of this looks very. It all looks like copy pasted kind of crap. There's nothing in here that talks about. You know, a prospectus should show like, you know, what they're doing, what they're buying, you know, what their profit margin is. It should have like all kinds of stuff. All it has is management fees, total annual fund operating expenses. It really has nothing in here that would explain what's going on with this company. Try looking up the management. Or like the guy's name that listed here, Dave Mazza. Who is this guy? Okay, this is him. It says he's the director of Direction. So most definitely 100% the guy. As the head of product at Direction, I led the research and development of new products and the ongoing product management and strategy for the firm. I publish investment commentary and market outlooks to provide insights for investors and traders. In addition, my team is responsible for managing relationships with the firm's strategic partners. He's been there for 2 years and 9 months. I have half the mind of like adding him to my LinkedIn so I can talk to him. I want to just ask him some questions. Okay, it doesn't seem too suspect to you. Like, can you figure out like I mean, the fact that I can't find like if we uh under their Fintel report, it should show you filings for where they have um, purchased things. You know, there should be places to be able to look that up, but I can't find anything at all. What's up with that? I don't know, man. I feel like I can find so much more information on so many other funds. You name it. I mean, you can almost type in like any fund you want to, and you can find out all kinds of information about this one. You know, or those funds. But this one's so weird. Just like no info. I don't know, man. I don't know what I'm looking at. Anyways, it seemed like a pretty suspect article, to say the least. I know. Those are the questions that I had. I mean, I kind of wanted to go like, oh, okay, well, how many shares are we going to see dropped in August then? Because, I'd like to know if this company is huge. I don't remember where it was exactly that I found it. I'd have to go back and do a little more digging and finding more research. And I know that you had stated a different number than I had found, but I had found a reporting. Oh, I know where it was. It was the SEC filing for it. Let me pull that back up again real quick. Uh, Let me see if I can find it. There was a document for the fund, an SEC document for the fund that showed, talked about the fund, and it was saying that it was like a $5 million fund. I was just sitting there going like, wait a minute, what? I'm looking again to see if I can find it. I don't know. I can't seem to find it now, but just very suspicious looking stuff. It was just crazy. I was like, wait a minute. Because really, that's what I wanted to know is like, okay, if this is big news, then they must have like a very large holding in AMC, and that would be big news, right? So, I start looking at it, and you can see right now when I pulled up Fintel's reporting on the top 30 or however many ETFs that there are for AMC, and it's not even in the list. I don't know. I'm not putting a whole lot of give a shit about that when it's so low. So we're currently at 37.87. We're about 55 minutes left of trading, 54 minutes left of trading. Um, Volume has pretty much dried up. I don't have it showing on the bottom down here, but 150, 137, and volume's just, it's struggling right now. Which, sometimes that's a sign that there's like either consolidation or something about to happen. Hold on a second, I'll click that link in just a minute. But there is a little bit of a shoulder pattern going here, which typically means a breakout going down. I don't really see that happening. It's just kind of moved across. So I'm not really sure what's forming at this point. It's hard to say what's going to happen. So I clicked on your link. Competitors, Citadel competitors or alternatives: Bridgewater, DE Shaw and Company, PIMCO, DRW, Renaissance, 2 Sigma, AQR, Kiski, OG Options Group, and SAC Capital. So you're saying, maybe I just put in a little PX at the top. That didn't do anything for me.
But I guess the one thing I do want to get across to everybody though is that when you pick a news article to read, make sure you look up their sources for them because they obviously don't really look too much into it. Oh, geez. Some of these articles. There's one here that's suggesting that retail investors are using Robinhood to change the game. It says there's a growing trend of meme stock retail traders using apps like Robinhood to buy and trade stocks instantly. They are typically younger traders who buy and trade stocks based on behaviors and emotions rather than traditionally gauging a company's performance and potential future earnings. That's the article. Oh yeah, jump on the bandwagon. Download Robinhood and you can be a part of the group too. Oh, I see what you're saying. Just check and see if they're competitive. I know D.E. Shaw has AMC. I've seen that one before, but that's just because that's my last name. So I just happen to remember seeing it. Bridgewater. There's a Bridgeway that owns some. Yeah, D.E. Shaw and Company. They definitely have. They ran some back in May. Back in May, they ran some puts and calls on the stock, and then they also bought some shares. They bought about 47,000 shares back in May. So that's one of their competitors. That is probably the call options that they placed was like 1.3 million, and then the put options were 400,000. So they definitely. I would say that they're that's a hedged bet. PIMCO. PIMCO has two different funds traded, PMJIX and MFUS. Those look like they bought shares, 5,000 through one and another 100,000 through another. No DRW. Renaissance Technologies LLC has some. I didn't see if that was a Technologies. It says Renaissance. It doesn't say anything besides that. But Renaissance has 516,000 shares. 2 Sigma. I like that one. 2 Sigma has 71,458 shares. AQR. AQR Capital Management has 127,000 shares. No Kiski. And Operations OG Operations Group. I don't see any OG. What's the what was the name of that company again? Die something D. SAC Capital. I don't know if yeah, that's not Goldman Sachs. No, so I don't see any SAC Capital leaders. So they do have a few of them in there that are up against them, or that at least have a long position with AMC. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. So Ortex has been down for a while, and I don't know if that has anything to do with the report or the outage that they had earlier today on the internet. But Ortex has not been reporting SI interest or short share interest. It is reporting everything else except for that. I know we've seen this in the past, but I don't recall what ended up happening due to that. I think we saw something on Twitter from Matt Kors on it to Ortex. I'm gonna go up in Twitter and look and see if they're reporting anything. This the 21st. So this was posted yesterday by Ortex. It says AMC's gain of 24%. That 24% gain that we had yesterday was its strongest day since June 2nd. Stock lending activity was high, with almost 25 million shares being borrowed or returned. A net increase of 2.5 million shares newly borrowed. They did that much almost today. What are they at? They're at 1.2 today. So what? I don't know. Okay, so there's a hashtag dark pool abuse. 2 hours ago, somebody said when 73% of a stock's trades are made in the dark pools, the concept of a free market becomes a joke. When 2.5 times the flow of stock is traded in the dark pools in one day, I call bullshit. Wall Street is fucking the retail investor and the government is in on it. Somebody had also posted earlier today that 26.4 million shares today for a combined VWAP price of 39.78. The standard deviation of the 1-minute VWAP intervals is 0.69. The last price was negative 1.4 standard deviations below the day's VWAP. The volume weighted average price is more a comprehensive way to calculate the average price that AMC trades at over a given time frame. So they're saying that this line right here should be more realistic to what the price should actually be, which would be at 38.72. I hope that's right. I hope that's absolutely right. That we're over 73% million share or volume, 73% of our volume traded in dark pools. I mean, if that's not, if that doesn't draw red flags, I don't know what would. There's got to be something wrong with that. I love this. Somebody wrote, I can't wait to only pay 27% of my tax and send the rest through the dark pool. Who was I going to look up next? Trey showing that he was buying more shares 4 hours ago. Looks like he bought shares at least 4 times today. Bought 50 shares 4 times a day, so about 200 shares today. He's posting that for everybody to see. That's funny. I bought some today as well. I actually was really close to the bottom as well. Super, super close. I'm going to look up and see what Matt's saying. He also hashtagged the dark pool abuse. It's pretty rampant. At some point, there's going to be a level of breakdown, right? So they can't continuously just trade in the dark pools forever. There'll have to come a time where something will snap, something will break, and that when that does, that rubber band is gonna be pretty abusive. Yeah, see, Matt posted 8 hours ago what the short interest was on AMC, and I doubt he's going to be reporting that anytime soon, as it's not updating. I can't wait. I really can't wait to go back, 4 or 5 years down the road when the analysis comes out and they go back and they analyze everything that happened during this time. I really can't wait to see the conclusions that are drawn from what happened and what occurred, and how they hid things. Let's go ahead and look at options. Calls are still at 40, strength at 40, 50.6, so that's increased a little bit from 46.5 to 50.6. And the puts are riding pretty heavy at 38 still. A little bit more support picking up for 37. Naturally, as the price is dropping. But 32.4 from 28.5. The amount of shares borrowed for today, 1.13. That is ever so slightly decreasing as the day runs on. I think at some point we were up to 3 million shares, and now we've kind of backed our way down a little bit. 88 million shares traded on the day today, according to this. Of course, some large percentage of that will be on the dark pools. If we take our total inflow, outflow, total money traded on the market today, let's look at that real quick. So slightly less inflow than outflow currently. And we have $821 million plus $826 million is 1.647 billion dollars. And I'm going to divide that by what the price is now at 37.60. No, I'm not. 1647. Divided by 37.60. That comes out to 43.8 million shares. So according to this order flow distribution, it's only accounting for like half, basically half of all the total volume that we have. So go figure that. I mean, because I kind of figured out that this is dollars, right? The order flow distribution is measured in dollars, not the amount of actual shares. So we took this 821 million. This remaining portion that I didn't add on just now in my calculation could mean the halfway difference between this and the number that I got of 43.803 million shares. And of course, I am basing it off the current average price. If I were to divide it by our lowest price for the day, let's just try that just to see what happens. Divided by 37.15, I would come up with 44.3 million shares. So yeah, I don't know. But more inflow than outflow, which we don't currently have, typically means the price should be going up. And that's the path that I thought that the hedge funds would want to put us on for the day. So I'm really, really happy that we deviated away from that path starting at about 11:30 this morning. That's good. This is the path. This one right here is the path that on historical trends that I thought we could possibly be taking. Again, way off as well. Had a little bit of a spike in volume just now, but it wasn't spectacular because it was only 280,000. Every single candlestick that we have from here on out to the end of the day should look that tall, if not taller. And can I just say that this beard is absolutely killing me. This is about that point where I start saying like, okay, F this, I'm done. So every day from here on out, I'm going to be struggling to keep this beard. But I'm gonna push through it. I'm gonna push through and keep doing this no shave until we squeeze. And in December, I'm gonna be Santa Claus. I can hopefully financially um, and beard wise, I'll have the kind eyes and the nice white beard and find the financial status to be able to go to any children's hospital and donate tons of money to the hospital and the kids, and that would be awesome. But I expect to get you know that mythical 500 million or $500,000 per share if I'm waiting that long. The more ornery I get, the more I'm holding out for Citadel. So you better not piss me off because I could hold for a while now. If I start getting real ornery. Okay, we have about 25 minutes left of trading. And it is just turning into a nice, good old sleep fest. Okay, I'm gonna be back. I gotta take this sweatshirt off real quick because I'm starting to cook in here. I don't know why. Usually I'm cold, but I'm starting to cook right now. 1 second. If this price goes down too much further, even John with the late prediction in the day-to-day, he won't even be right. Uh, Still no updates on short interest. I'm gonna check out Reddit and see what it's saying right now. I'm gonna read this one out loud. Wait, maybe I won't. Hold on a second. Yeah, screw it. I'm not reading it. It's basically an AMC option write-up that somebody said we should stop buying write-ups or stop buying options and just start buying stocks instead. I know I really can't speak onto this in very much because I really don't know. Um, I've heard Trey say before that you know the method or the way that you can get to a squeeze is by having a gamma squeeze beforehand, and this gamma squeezes are caused by options. The problem is that I don't think we have a lot of successful option trading going on right now, and that pretty much is money that just feeds into the market makers or hedge funds pocketbooks. So I'd be kind of the opinion that if you had the choice, it seems like right now would be a better time to buy shares than it would be to buy options, just because it seems like even when even when we're trying to daily predict the price on where we're going to be at for the end of this week, or for each day rather, we're having a difficult time getting there. The other two guys are actually doing better than I'm doing right now. Um, so maybe options might be for some people, but if you can't pick out where the price is going to be hardly on a day-to-day basis, I don't know how in the world you could identify what the price should be in a week from now. Um, so I don't know. I don't know where I really stand on that whole topic. I guess maybe I shouldn't talk about it if I don't know much about it. I think that should be a new SEC rule. Like no like dark pool trades can only count for X number of percentage of shares traded in a day. In other words, like if you have 10 million shares that have been traded so far for the day, you can only trade uh, 1 million shares. So like 10 to 20% or something like that. Only 10 or 20% of dark pool trades can be routed through there. I think that should definitely be a new rule. But by saying that, I feel like I'm one of those people I feel like I'm a kid, one of those kids that starts playing a game and they just keep making new rules as they go, so they can win. So I see a lot of people on Reddit look like they're super fed up, like they're really, really getting fed up with this stuff. And I think my message to everybody out there would be relax, just relax. Um, don't let your emotions or your feelings take control. I'm angry too, but I can't let that anger control me because then I'm not focused. Some of these posts on Reddit seem a little um, out of control. People who are extremely upset, saying things that they probably wouldn't say if they were things they wouldn't post if they weren't um, thinking straight. About 15 minutes left in the day. This is typically where we start seeing some spikes, and we are.
So that's good. Volume is picking up. It's getting there. So we did get it to 264,000 on that last minute. We got up to 183 on this just now. So it's still not picking up to where it needs to be. It needs to be equal with these two sticks right here, volume. I talk about them like they're sticks of dynamite. Let's blow his shit up. I feel like when it comes to options, that maybe I should buy one put at like $70. Buy one put at $70, and then knowing my luck, I would end up being out of the money. You know, as a catalyst to try and get this going, because of course I can't win. I can never seem to win on betting like that. So, maybe it might be in all of our favor if I were to do something like that. I would never, of course, do it, but I'm just curious. I'm looking it up to see right now what a $70 put would cost. Oh my goodness, lordy, that's expensive. It's $3,270 to buy a put at that rate. Just out of curiosity, I want to see where the rates begin to actually get normalized or to something that's more realistic. It looks like the rate is about something I would buy if I were to buy it would probably be about $31. And I would never buy that because I just don't think that they can short that to get it that low. I'm just kind of curious what happens. So if you bought one contract would cost you $111 if they drove the price down to say like kind of like how they did the other day when they got it down to like 31.15. So I'll just put in 32. If they got it down to 32, like the absolute most that you could make on something like that for an option for tomorrow would be $146, but they would have to drive the price down to $32.33 for you to make $146. I don't know, man. Options are just scary, scary options. Like. But
looking at the opposite side of that, an equal or similar option for the call side would be a strike price of 47.50, which it would be $108 for you to buy that. And if the price hit, this is for tomorrow, of course. I would never buy an option that expires the next day. That's too close. But if you were to hit at, what did I say, 47.50? You know, say we were to drive up to $60 tomorrow. I'll put 70 just to see what the spread is. If we hit 48 bucks. Oh no, I'm sorry. Those were these are for expirations of the 30th. Okay, everything I was saying was, or what I'm saying right now is expirations for the 30th. A call option right now for expiration of the 30th would be if we hit $48 by the 22nd, $48, that's like basically almost 10 bucks up from now. I'll say it would have to be the 23rd. $48 would net you 385 bucks over the top of the money that you initially put in. That's actually not a bad price. I might have to buy one option. I don't know. No, see? Why would I do that? Why would I do that? I could buy 2 shares. I could buy 2 shares, and if those things are worth $1,000 eventually down the road, that's 2,000 bucks. Why would I do that? That's dumb. Yep, not doing it. I'd rather buy options. All right, guys, we're down to the final 8 minutes before the end of the day. We got one more trading day to go. We'll come back tomorrow and see where the day has in store for us. Get some good rest tonight. Get a lot of food, a lot of drink. Come back with a fresh mind for tomorrow. I'm gonna hang out a little bit longer here. I'm still not done, but every day at the end of the day, you got to mentally prepare yourself for the next day. You have to leave everything on the table as it is. Try not to be discouraged. They're still not updating the short share interest, or I'd read it off to you. They did start borrowing some more. It went up, so it had gone down to as little as 1.13 million shares borrowed. They are currently at 1.85, so they did a bunch of borrowing here right at the end. My guess is they're either gonna, it's a fight, right? The end of the day is always a bit of a fight. So they're either going to try and push it down some more, or I had mentioned that I thought they might want to see 36 bucks today. We did see 37.15 earlier, right back here. And we're getting kind of close to that again. But the apes always push through for dollar amounts, so we might see it pop up to 34 or 38 by the end here. Options, let's look at those real quick to see where they're at for the closing bell. Let's see. 40, 53,000 options. So they're building up pretty good. Yeah, I'd love to see 40 tomorrow. Let's go 40. Let's do bigger than 40. Let's make some money. Let's shoot for 50 and really make some apes a lot of money. $38 was over here. Still the winner, 34.2. So not it hasn't increased too much. All right, guys. Coming down to the wire. About 5 minutes left. Enjoy the outro today. I will probably play similar music to what we had earlier. Setting it all up. All right, guys. I will see you tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. Peace out. Cheers.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, main engine start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now at S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.